or afternoon. I don't know why my camera is blurry. Let's try this. I don't know if that helped or not, but whatever. Okay, so today we are basically going to be revisiting the Brittany Jones thing. And I know I said in my last, not my last stream, but the one before that I was going to be done talking about it unless some new things came up. And in my last stream, I was like, okay, but yeah, this is, I mean, I felt like the cultural appropriation of locks situation was kind of a big deal, as well as some other things that came up in there. Um, and then today I was just kind of like, well, I've already dug myself a hole, might as well keep going. I don't know. But you know what I'm saying? I'm 5 feet tall. Might as well go one more, 6 foot, dig my grave. But made my grave so I can lie in it. So today I just kind of wanted to follow up on some thoughts from last stream. And so it is important on the Brittany Jones situation to me. If you are interested in understanding where I'm coming from, I do believe you should go watch it all from the beginning in order in the playlist from the beginning to now, because the order of it is important to me, because that explains not only what I was processing as I learned it, but also you will see the order of which certain conversations occurred between Brittany and I as well. And I think all of that gives you insight that shapes as to how the way I've discussed this has flowed and changed and flowed as well. If you understand it from the order of which I have processed it, then maybe you could understand, okay, so why is it in episode 1 I'm over here like trying to defend her, and then by episode 20 I'm like, fuck this bitch. You know what I mean? Well, go watch the playlist to understand that by the very first beginning of it, I wasn't aware of a lot of things behind her. And so when I was going into it, I'm approaching it from the, without understanding the background of the severity of the issues, and you just see some of the initial hate against her. It's kind of like, I understand where some of the issues were valid, but some of the issues I didn't understand the context for because I didn't know the history of. And so I just didn't know what to make of it, I think. Or maybe because of the trolling, I didn't take it seriously because I didn't know what was real and what wasn't. Because there were also situations where misinformation has been spread about the people my dad descends from. Mind you guys, I don't even know why this chat is up, whatever. Yeah, so that's another reason that I've like came into it not entirely sure what was going on. And people were also discrediting I'm combining Powhatans and Pocahontas and about to say Pocahontas or some shit. Okay, discrediting Pocahontas, discrediting Powhatans, discrediting Bill Deyo, all of these things, discrediting Potomac's. I've seen a lot of hate against the Powhatan community from the hate against Brittany Jones as well. And so going into it, I don't feel like I received the information until after I was exposed to it. And then I understood what was happening. But it took a long time for me to get there, and I had to actively sit and look at the material. And I think that's where a lot of Powhatans, in my opinion, are not receiving the information, because not all of them are going to go sit there and then look for the real material, for the real evidence and statements when they are triggered. When many people get triggered by a lot of the fucked up things people say about Pocahontas, about Powhatans, the way they misuse Matoka's name, the way they degrade people, the way they don't even realize they're disrespecting Matoka. They think they're standing up for her, but really, in my opinion, people dehumanize her as a mascot, and they act as if she was not a real human, as if she didn't have actual descendants and actual family who's still here today, you know? They act as if she's just this mythological being for them to use as a character to represent them, instead of recognizing that she is an individual human being. and that her family is triggered by her trauma, and that when you try to speak to her family and her tribes and people who even are descendants about that shit, it is a trigger. And so it's our family trauma. And so a lot of you people who don't have, it's not your family trauma. Yes, you have similar family trauma, which is why you relate and use her that way, but it's like, y'all don't understand that some of the shit you say and do is stuff that can actually impede our access to potentially getting back her bones one day. When you try and say shit like Pocahontas was not real, when you try and say shit like Pocahontas is not a real name, like, in my opinion. But that's just me. Okay, I don't know why this is like a long intro, because I just really got sidetracked there. But you know what? I'm going to go into some of those talking points in just a minute. So let me go ahead and roll my intro. Yes, obviously we're talking about Brittany Jones a lot today. I want to talk about the haters, why I don't think that they're received, and why people who could actually do something, you know, in terms of, in my opinion, related to the Indigenous identity aspect of Brittany Jones's actions, why I don't think they're doing anything. We're going to discuss that. And mind you guys, I'm just a descendant. I don't even think I'm in good standing with, but because I've spoken out about Brittany Jones is why I don't believe I'm in good standing, because I don't believe they take me seriously. I don't believe they think that what I'm saying about Brittany is real. I don't believe they think that I think they don't take me seriously when I'm trying to talk about Brittany Jones. And so I'm not only telling you guys like why I don't think you're taken seriously, like this is also me processing, like, because of all of these videos, why I'm not taken seriously either when it comes to me trying to warn them about Brittany. None of us are being taken seriously, and I'm just a descendant. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, so we'll be talking about all of that. My bad, I'm real harped on that today. But we're gonna be talking about that. We'll be talking about the Potomac land issue just for a second as well, because I want to look into show you guys where I tried to figure out what was going to happen next, because I haven't heard anything. So I'm going to show you guys the information available online about that. And then also we're going to get started with Tajuana Thomas, and I want to compare Brittany Jones and Tajuana Thomas also. But Tajuana, yeah, so we'll be talking about Tajuana Thomas today as well. I want to go over why, from what information is available, why it could be that her charges changed from when she was originally arrested to what they are now. And we'll go over that material as well, and who Tajuana is, in case you didn't know, and all of that. Okay, so fuck it. This is way too long. Sorry about that. I'm just going to roll my intro, and we're going to go ahead and get on into everything. And thank you for joining me today.
Descendants of one Seneca, Seneca Maca is the land of the Powhatan.
Okay, so to get started, who is Brittany Jones? So Brittany Jones, she previously ran for president of the United States, 2024, 2026. This year, she's been running for governor of Oregon. She dropped out of the presidential race, and she lost in the Democratic primaries for governor of Oregon. She's also somebody who has done various raffles related to these campaigns. When she was running for president, she did try and raffle off an SUV. However, she took money for that, but she never gave away the SUV. She did raise over $57,000. She claims to be Indigenous. She did get a GedMatch DNA analysis confirmed by Bill Deyo. That is not what I negate when I negate her indigeneity claims. What I negate is she told me that she was raised Indigenous on the West Coast, but she didn't find out she was Native until the GedMatch analysis done in her 30s. And she's made this I'm thinking of like she's made different statements about that, and I'm combining words, like competing statements, different statements, like, yeah, so it's, you know what I'm saying? So I've called her out related to those claims, and I don't understand how knowing other Native people, because what she's saying is her mother was in a Native American Student Association when her mother was in college, and that is what she's claiming makes her have an Indigenous heritage as a child. But I do not understand how you can have an Indigenous heritage as a child connected to other Indigenous people when you didn't know your own heritage. You know, and then the ancestors, I've also talked shit about the fact that the ancestors are not documented in Ancestry or Family Search. So yes, I've talked shit about that, but also I've also tried to do a few different live streams at least on reasons there could, like, plausible reasons there could be for that discrepancy. Why it could be true that a GedMatch DNA analysis would be real, but it not be documented. So I've also tried to balance that. The reason I've talked shit about it is because, to me, how can you claim to know, like, how can you claim to have inherited something as a child if you don't even know your fucking ancestors and your lineage today? Like, where did you inherit it from? Because to me, I see inheritance coming from your ancestry, and wouldn't you need to know who your ancestors are, right? But, you know what I mean? Like, because that alone is why so many white Americans are, like, disconnected when it comes to this loss of identity, because they don't know who the fuck their ancestors are. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. But, like, yeah, they might know who their grandparents are. Like, I know not everybody, you know, is disconnected from, like, their immediate family, but I'm talking about they don't know their own genealogy, you know? And that's, like, because of the erasure of culture that came with the white identity assimilation, in my opinion. But anyway, so I'm sorry, but yeah, so she's been basically accused of scamming people because she did raise money under the concept of giving away an SUV through a raffle, but she never gave away the SUV. And she also did a GoFundMe for an RV. Also, in the FEC reporting, it was proven that she was paying herself a salary from these campaigns. So it's believed that she keeps doing these campaigns to pay herself instead of working by some. That's what's been discussed online. She also was found the court found her to be illegally staying at a restaurant. So she was invited to do a fundraiser for 3 days at a restaurant. She got there, she refused to leave, and she claimed it was the land back movement for her to stay, and they had to go through the court system to get her out. And she was saying that she was entitled to be there because, so the building was up for sale, which is why it was available for use, right? And originally she reached out to the owner about buying the building. However, what she could only afford to do a rent to own. She could not afford the actual buyout process, right, on a higher level. And the owner wanted to actually sell. Ended up when Brittany offered that, the owner toyed with it for a second, but she was like, actually, I didn't want to go through with selling it. I don't want to do that. There was never any sort of written agreement or offer to do a rent to own. The owner only considered Brittany's request, in my opinion. So because of that, basically all the news reports were saying that she's an alleged squatter, and she was flipping out, saying that people cannot call her a squatter and that they're defaming her. And I was trying to explain to her, you know, that legally people can call her a squatter because she was staying there without permission. And so she and I had gotten into an argument about that, and she was telling me that they were all just haters, and, you know, like, that they were lying about her being Native and stuff like that. And so, to me, I feel like it's disrespectful to disrespect Bill Deyo, right? And so I would never intentionally say anything to disrespect Bill Deyo. Apologies if I have unintentionally. But because that's definitely possible. Sorry, but yeah, not intentionally. You know, so to me, I wouldn't do or say anything that disrespects Bill Deyo, but I have questioned specific statements that she's made in relation to her genealogy and her DNA and her everything, out of context of that confirmation. So yeah, but Brittany has also claimed to be Choctaw. She claimed to be Chickasaw. She claimed to be Blackfoot. I don't believe she's any of those tribes. Even if Bill Deyo believes she's Patawomeck, I do not believe she's any of those tribes. To my knowledge, she was not raised connected to Patawomeck community in any way, shape, or form. But I do believe she has made statements in news interviews that give people the impression as if that were the case, because that is basically what was published in platforms such as Voices for Voices. And yeah, and so I've criticized her for that. And I also criticized her because she said in an interview that human trafficking outside of MMIW has been swept under the rug, and I criticized her for that statement because that contradicts the entire point of MMIW movement, in my opinion. I've also criticized her for cultural appropriation of locks, for a bunch of things, you know, just a lot of cultural, fetishization, in my opinion, of marginalized communities, and I just believe she doesn't clarify that she's a descendant. Like, yes, she has, a couple of times, as I've shown, but I feel very often she takes, people don't see all of that, because nobody's watching all of that, right? And so many times she represents herself as someone who is connected. She literally was saying in Facebook posts, "I'm connected, bitch." So many times she represents herself as someone who is connected that I feel that people see her as representing herself as such. And so, you know, she told me that she always clarifies she doesn't, but I don't believe that's the case. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So Tajuana, she was arrested about maybe 5 years, actually almost 10 years ago, I think. She stole $5,541 from the Girk couple. And she didn't have to pay the money back because the court ruled that since the bank reimbursed them, she didn't have to pay it back. But she was originally indicted on 7 felony charges, including forgery, telecommunications fraud, and theft, but only the theft charge stuck. Well, then a bunch of other things have happened too, but fast forward, she ends up basically convincing a Lakota man to let her live with him. And that's how she had gained access to the Girk couple's checkbook, by convincing them to let her live with them. And they had taken her into her house. And, into their house. So, this Lakota man did the same, right? And he took Tajuana in, tried to help her, and, whenever he was just basically trying to set his boundaries and get out of the situation, she decides to call the police, and she convinced the police that he was her brother. The police believed her over him because white looking woman versus dark skinned man. Who do you think they're gonna fucking believe? So the police believed her over him. And what initially went down because of that was basically she got them to file, she got everything she needed to file a restraining order against him and get him kicked out of his own house. And so he was paying for everything on his home still because he didn't want to lose his home while she's still fucking living there free. Okay? And a bunch of other shit went down too. And in all of this context, she's claiming that this Lakota man is her brother and that his mother is how she's Lakota. And they can't speak out because of these charges she put on them. And she's harassing them the entire time. antagonizing them, claiming to be their relative when she's not. And so she eventually got arrested for, originally she was arrested for all of this. And we're going to go into all of that in a minute. We're going to come back to that. But before we get there, I want to discuss real quick. So hold on. So now you know who Brittany Jones is and who Tajuana is in a nutshell. Let's compare the two real quick. So here are how Tajuana and Brittany are the same. 1, I believe that they both made statements lying about Native identity. 2, they have both culturally appropriated locks. 3, they both claim to be Viking pagan witches of the sort over time in their posts, from what I've seen, if I'm not mistaken. 4, both have had court cases related to allegations regarding taking advantage of other people's property, as well as child custody, but that's a different situation. 5, both filed false protection orders with the court. So we just talked about Tajuana's, right? And we'll keep talking about that in a minute. Brittany Jones, we covered that one in the Brittany Jones Under Fire for Text and Native Issues stream in the Reddit thread, where people posted, not only confronted her about this false protection order, but showed the proof of it as well. That's covered there. Proof is there. Proof is in the pudding. Okay. So now we've kind of compared those two, right? So now let's get into the Tajuana situation. So Tajuana here, this is her original mugshot from March 13th. So originally, they charged her with tampering with physical evidence, a felony charge, false information to law enforcement, and perjury. And we've also previously covered the Bismarck Tribune had discussed that it was related to what I was just telling you about with the lies she told about that Lakota man and trying to claim they're her family and they're not. That's what these charges are for, to my knowledge, if I'm not mistaken, if I read all of that correctly from the Bismarck Tribune. And we covered that. Check the Tajuana playlist. We already covered that. Anyway, but so I found, you know, we had previously in this conversation, so she was originally arrested for perjury, tampering with physical evidence, and for a false statement to the police, right? The captioner put that wrong, but yeah, there we go, got it right. All right. Well, they changed the false statement to the police charge to a misdemeanor stalking charge. And I had seen that in the news coverage, and I was like, wait a minute, did this change or some shit? Or like, I was thinking maybe the changes, maybe they were reporting wrong, or maybe the newspaper, wait, I'm not processing. Either that they were reporting wrong or that the charges changed is what I thought could have happened. And it looks like the charge did change. I found a court docket here, you know, so yeah. And I want to go into all of that. Basically, there's some information here about what filings were happening on the docket or whatever, some shit like that. I don't know, fuck it, some shit. That was probably not the correct term, use of these legal terms. But yeah, I just think it's interesting. And apparently they say that her bond is $5,000. If the bond is $5,000, I believe she only needs to pay, you know, honestly, now I'm getting, sometimes I get confused with the use of the word bailout versus the use of the word bond out, right? Because isn't when you bond out, that's a percentage of what you would bail out for? So it says bond reduction hearing. I'm used to in court documents seeing what the total bail amount is and then having to do the math to bond my brother out. I'm just kidding. So at first I was thinking like, wait a minute, my mind was processing wrong, I think. And I was really thinking, is the bail 5,000 and the bond would be about 500 and no one would pay 500 to get her out? That's what I thought at first. And I was like, damn. But then I realized, because you know what, 5,000 I can understand if your community can't come up with that. But 500, a lot of communities, they could probably come up with 500. But 5,000, if that's the bond, not the bail. The bail would be much larger. The bond would be 5,000. Yeah. I'm out of it. I think I had processed that wrong the first time, but the first time I was like, damn, no one loves her. Wait, I'm fucked up. That's fucked up. I'm sorry. Because you know what? I'm someone who, if I got arrested right now, no one probably could afford to get me. Even the people who love me probably could not afford to get me out. So. But yeah, anyway, so this was the updated and the charges were confirmed, basically. Long story short. But I was curious as to what these charges mean on top of why the changes in the charges. So just real quick, we'll go through that. So the Felony C perjury in North Dakota, under North Dakota law, perjury is classified as a Class C felony when a person knowingly makes a material false statement under oath or equivalent affirmation during an official proceeding. A Class C felony in North Dakota carries significant legal consequences: incarceration, a maximum penalty up to 5 years in prison, fines, a maximum fine up to $10,000. Key legal elements. To be charged with perjury as a Class C felony, the prosecution must prove specific elements. 1. Official proceeding. The false statement must have been made during an official, legal, or governmental proceeding. 2. Under oath. The individual must have been testifying under oath or equivalent affirmation. 3. Materiality. Did I say it right? I don't think I did. Anyway, the false statement must be material to the proceedings, meaning it had the ability to influence the outcome or decision. 4. Knowledge. The individual must have believed the statement to be true at the time it was made. Oh wait, must not have believed the statement to be true at the time it was made. Duh, otherwise it wouldn't be false. I'm out of it. Okay, so lesser offenses. If a person makes a false statement under oath, but the statement is not material to the outcome of the matter, the offense can be downgraded to a Class A misdemeanor. A Class A misdemeanor carries a maximum penalty of 360 days imprisonment, a $3,000 fine, or both. You can find the exact statute, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, alright, so that's what that's for. Tampering with evidence, Felony C. In North Dakota, tampering with physical evidence becomes a Class C felony when an individual alters, conceals, or destroys evidence with the intent to substantially obstruct, impair, or pervert the prosecution of a felony. Otherwise, tampering is prosecuted as a Class A misdemeanor. The law. Under North Dakota Century Code, the offense occurs when a person believing an official proceeding or legal order is pending or about to be issued alters, destroys, mutilates, conceals, or removes a record, document, or object. The court intent must be to impair the item's availability or truthfulness in that legal proceeding or investigation. Yeah, I was trying to skip over the code and then my mind was like, wait a minute, where the fuck am I? Anyway, so penalties for a Class C felony. A Class C penalty, A Class C felony carries severe legal and financial consequences. Incarceration, up to 5 years in prison. Fines, up to $10,000, and criminal fines. Combined charges. This charge is frequently added alongside other felony charges, such as burglary, drug possession, or assault, when a defendant attempts to hide or destroy the proof of their underlying crime. And then there's case law and defenses here, which I find interesting, so let's read that too. So, for case law defense, you could have substantial obstruction. To secure a felony conviction, prosecutors must prove that tampering substantially obstructed or impaired the prosecution of a felony. Minor or ineffective attempts at concealment might be challenged by defense counsel as insufficient to meet this legal threshold. Legal counsel. Navigating an evidence tampering charge requires a thorough defense. Individuals charged with these offenses should consider utilizing legal resources and consulting with a licensed criminal defense attorney. Okay. Misdemeanor A, stalking, North Dakota. In North Dakota, a first offense stalking charge is typically prosecuted as a Class A misdemeanor. This applies to any intentional, recurring coercive conduct without a legitimate purpose that frightens, intimidates, or harasses a specific person or involves unauthorized electronic tracking of their location. Key legal details. Definition. It involves 2 or more acts that would cause a reasonable person to experience fear, intimidation, or emotional distress. This can include physical stalking, cyber stalking, or tracking someone via GPS. Penalties. As a Class A misdemeanor, it carries a maximum penalty of up to 360 days in jail, a fine of $3,000, or both. Escalation to a felony. A stalking charge is escalated to a Class C felony if a restraining order or protection order is violated, a dangerous weapon is involved, or if the defendant has prior stalking or related assault convictions. Resources for victims and defendants. I'm not going to go into that right now, but yeah, well, I guess victim assistance, they've got the North Dakota Domestic and Sexual Violence Coalition, and for defense, they have Heartland Law Assistance, or Law Office, whatever. Okay, so then I was curious, why would courts change a charge to be a stalking charge when it was previously false information? I was curious about that because that's what got changed. Everything else remained the same. And so what I found was courts or prosecutors may change or add a stalking charge to a previous false information to law enforcement charge if new evidence reveals the false report was part of a broader malicious pattern of intimidation, harassment, or a deliberate course of conduct targeting a specific victim. Primary reasons for this shift include elevating the severity. Giving false information to police is often a misdemeanor. Upgrading or adding a stalking charge accurately reflects the severity of the crime, carrying far heavier legal penalties. Pattern of behavior. Proving stalking requires showing a course of conduct, a pattern of repeated actions rather than a single isolated event. Filing a false police report is often used by abusers or stalkers as just one tool in a larger campaign to harass, intimidate, or exert power over a victim. Admission of evidence. In court, a stalking charge allows prosecutors to introduce a wider timeline of a defendant's other bad acts, proving motive and intent, which might not be permissible under a simple false reporting charge. Malicious intent. Stalking inherently involves causing the victim substantial emotional distress or a reasonable fear for their safety. If their false report was used to weaponize the legal system against an innocent person, it legally qualifies as stalking or harassment. If you are dealing with a false stalking accusation, and it goes into more information. Okay, so yeah. So just putting that out there, y'all can see kind of, why I'm potentially comparing Tajuana and Brittany as well there, right? I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to review some of that. Next up, I do want to get into 2 things. We're going to get into the Brittany Jones situation. I want to talk a little bit about why I don't think Powhatans take me seriously, as well as anybody that seems to dislike or who I would call a Brittany Jones hater seriously when it comes to warning them or trying to get help with Brittany Jones, right? Why aren't we taken seriously? The captioner did not get that right. I said, why aren't we? Anyway, for me, it's like, if you want to just troll Brittany Jones and you don't care about if she's ever held accountable, then you don't have to listen to me. None of this matters. Does not matter. But if you want a chance for her to be stopped within the Powhatan community, then hear me out. If you're making hate videos and hate commentary on Brittany Jones, just hear me out. Okay, because for me, it's like, y'all are disrespecting Bill Deyo and y'all are disrespecting Pocahontas, and that's never gonna get you guys heard with Brittany Jones, especially Bill Deyo. I don't think you guys realize, well, and Brittany Jones, fuck Brittany, and Pocahontas, but people are used to it in a way at this point, but it's still triggering. But it's like, okay, but with the Bill Deyo especially, y'all don't understand how much influence he has in Powhatan community, okay? How much work he's done, how recognized and respected he is. Y'all like to make fun of him because he's white presenting, but he literally has more Indigenous ancestors documented than my father. And I feel like you guys are disrespecting Bill Deyo while trying to, some of what y'all are saying could be perceived as trying to bully him as well. So you can't disrespect him and then expect him to listen to you about someone else bullying you or disrespecting you. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna work. It's not gonna happen. So y'all gotta stop that shit. If y'all keep offending Bill Deyo, y'all keep saying fucked up shit about Bill, you're pissing off not just Bill Deyo, but basically any Powhatan person in an authority position to actually do this shit, to actually stop this shit, to actually tell her something, to speak out in an official capacity. You're pissing them all off by disrespecting Bill Deyo. That's not what you need to do if you actually want Brittany Jones to be heard. You to be heard on Brittany Jones. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta stop that shit. You gotta stop disrespecting Powhatans. Stop disrespecting Patamecks. Stop disrespecting Pocahontas. Don't tell Powhatans shit about Matoka. We use the name Pocahontas for a fucking reason, and I've been covering that. And if you're not family of Matoka, it's actually disrespectful, in my opinion, of you to use that name. Not everybody agrees with me, though. That's just how I feel. I know some other people that feel that way. But, you know, other people don't really give a fuck as long as you're not disrespecting her generally. But for those of you who are disrespecting her generally, the Pocahontas 2.0 comments about Brittany Jones, for example, that's not going to get you heard when it comes to the real reasons to criticize Brittany Jones. All this shit, if they have to swim through all of that shit to get through to the evidence, do you really think they're going to pay attention to the evidence when they're so triggered? When you're fucking triggering them, triggering us, triggering Powhatan community, then you expect Powhatans to take you seriously. I was exposed enough to her in our conversations, you know, particularly with ever since that message where she said, like, I had already been questioning some things, you know, but I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt because I know there can be two sides to every story, right? But the moment she messaged me about I wasn't raised white, but I was smarter than to say that publicly, ever since then, that's when I've been really questioning everything, right? Like, no more, like, less benefit of the doubt after doubt, because that bitch, now you got me fucked up, because what? And that's when, you know, I hadn't had time to look into everything yet, but I'd been telling her, like, I want to look into all this shit for real now, you know? Because I told her I want to do my videos before I did them. But, yeah. So, here's what I think y'all need to do. Compile evidence. Somebody who, if there is somebody out there, because I've tried, so I need someone else to do it. Maybe if y'all can. Y'all ain't gotta, but don't harass. No harassment. But if y'all wanted to try and reach out, if you are gonna do it, because I know people are doing it anyway, even if I don't agree with it, then don't do it the way you've been doing it. If you are gonna fucking do it, right? Like, I don't agree with that shit, right? Like, so what y'all need to be doing is compiling the evidence for the claims you have. Make a list of your claims, list and link the evidence, or attach the evidence for each statement. That's what you need to submit when you are talking about Brittany Jones. If you want the Patawomeck Tribal Center to take you seriously, that's what you need to submit to them. If you want Bill Deyo to take you seriously, that's what you need to submit to them. If you are going to fucking reach out. I don't believe anybody should be harassing them or reaching out to them at all, really. But if y'all are going to do it, I'm tired of seeing the shit y'all are sending. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the shit y'all are saying online, y'all got to stop that too. If you want them to take you seriously, then you need to treat them with respect as well. You can't disrespect Powhatans and then expect Powhatans to respect you. And I can't speak for anybody. Again, I'm not well thought of in my community. I'm just highly generalizing. And I don't believe I'm well thought of for things such as speaking out against Brittany. But yeah, fucking, y'all just need to stop all that shit, in my opinion. Compile the evidence, stick to the evidence. If you're gonna troll her, you want to troll her just to troll her, then I can't stop you. But if you want to be taken seriously, cut out the trolling, stick to the facts, cut out the anti-Powhatan bullshit. And then I think we can actually, then at that point, at least there won't be any excuses. There won't be any reasons. We know we did everything we could. You know? But in my opinion, the only people that can actually take any action related to Brittany Jones speaking out, utilizing Native identity to do the things she does, is authority figures within Powhatan community are the only one that can speak out, you know, to discredit that. But as long as y'all keep disrespecting Powhatan authority figures, why would they? Because I don't think that they realize what is happening, because all they see is you degrading them. And when Brittany emailed Bill Deyo claiming that I was attacking her indigeneity, basically, highly summarizing that word for word, I don't even know the word for word, and my first response to Bill Deyo was me triggered. I was just responding like, nah, this bitch got me fucked up, and fuck this bitch, fuck her, like, fuck. You know, that was my response, basically in a nutshell. I was like, fuck this fucking bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was my initial response to Bill Deyo. And then he was like, you need to be happy with your own fucking lineage to me, was his response. And, you know what I'm saying? And so then I tried to be like, okay, he thinks I'm a crazy bitch, so let me try and be logical here. But so much has happened, and my mind hasn't processed it to fully reduce it or condense it down. So I sent this big ass email. It would take you 2 hours just to read the damn thing. I don't think he looked through all of it. I don't think he's ever clicked my playlist or viewed it, to my knowledge. Because the time it took for him to respond to me, when he did respond, I don't understand how he could have watched it in that sort of a time frame. So I don't think he's even looked at my evidence or my videos, but I could be wrong. But I sent him all of these statements, and I sent a link and the proof of the evidence for every single statement and claim I made about Brittany Jones. But there's so much of it. It is information overload. I don't know if he's looking at it all or not. But I'm just like, I don't know what he needs to know to take me seriously, you know? Otherwise, I would reduce it down to just send that, right? But, yeah, so that's why I'm over here, like, the reason I believe I'm not taken seriously, though, is not only because of my own lack of emotional regulation, but also because of the pattern and the history of y'all look at all the shit talking, you know? Because of how much of that is just blatant ignorance related to Powhatan issues and disrespect to Powhatan community, I think that they're not realizing that you guys have real claims in there as well, because what they see on surface level triggers them too much to dive into the beyond the troll surface, into the heart of the why you started trolling. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I'm using the right words. But yeah, I don't believe, and mind you guys, I actually really don't believe anybody should be reaching out to the tribes and shit like that about any of this. But I know people have been doing it. So if you are gonna fucking do it, I believe you should stop doing it the way you've been doing it. You know, I don't know if I'm fucked up for saying any of that. But anyway, no, don't harass anybody, leave everybody alone, all that good shit. But maybe if you adjust, like maybe if we adjust our words, and we could get them to listen, or at least we know that we tried. But yeah, and then it's on another level though. Part of me really does feel that way. Like, part of why Bill may not be susceptible to the information is the way it's been presented to him. Or, you know what I mean? Like, willing to receive the information. And then part of me is just also like, but if he really did endorse Brittany, why would he endorse her without looking into her, researching her? You know, unless he did and he doesn't believe it. And you know what I mean? Like, that I really don't understand. That's not about trying to disrespect Bill. That's just something that I've been, because I don't understand it. That's not trying to be disrespectful, I swear. I don't understand it. You know what I mean? Like, but what if he didn't? Because she's never shown proof of that. Like, I know that she's shown proof of the GedMatch and that he confirmed that he did that, but what if he never actually endorsed her for governor? But I don't know. But then wouldn't he say that, right? At this point? But I don't know. Or what if she has him convinced that, like, everything is a lie somehow, you know? But then it's like, eventually, though, it's like, but I don't know. Like, you see, I keep spiraling over that. Like, right? But if Bill Deyo has read my emails and looked at my links, and he's seen everything. So, I don't know. I don't know if he has seen it or not, though. I just don't feel taken seriously. I cannot speak for if anyone takes me seriously, actually. Maybe they do take me seriously, and I'm so insecure that I don't think I'm taken seriously. But I don't know. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get off of that. But what we're going to transition into now, let me see. Did I say everything I think I want to say? Oh, you know what, though? A couple of talking points from last live stream as well. Because we had watched this whole thing where Brittany Jones gave all these answers when she was running for president for different presidential policies she had at the time. And one of the things I criticized her for was when she said she would increase military presence at the southern border. When I was criticizing her, I misremembered it wrong and I said police presence. But if you look at the policy questionnaire, she actually said military presence. But what are the military gonna do over there? Police the shit. So whatever, in my opinion, right? Close enough. But it's different, technically matters, but fuck it, the intent is like the same. But anyway, so that's something I've criticized her for. Miss Pro MMIW Mexican culture here literally said when she was running for president that she would increase military presence at the southern border, and I did not agree with that. So that's something that, you know, I criticized last stream. But, and when things were standing out to me, I was, you know, but some of it, it's just like, I was just reading it to where I stopped processing it, trying to get through it, I think. And I don't even think I addressed a lot of the policies, where there's like a lot more I don't agree with that I addressed. And a couple of those things would be like, you know, when she was talking about the assault weapon situation, and I had my dialogue on that. Another thing I didn't think of at the time, though, was I also do not believe that you are technically free to bear arms in this country, because police can currently shoot you for being for suspicion of, or bearing arms, or for actually bearing arms, right? So if the police can shoot you for having a, because they think you have a gun, or because you do have a gun, whether or not you're allowed to have a gun, then do you really have the right to have a gun? You know what I'm saying? So that's my opinion. I don't really believe that we're truly free to bear arms anyway. But also, Brittany had said that she believed that immigrants should get health care if they paid taxes. And I don't believe in paying for health care. I don't believe health care should be a for-profit system. But you know what I'm saying? I understand this argument of how, like, even if we say, okay, let our taxes fund healthcare, I do not believe that getting healthcare should be contingent on whether or not you pay taxes. So that's another thing I highly disagree with. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So just wanted to touch base on that as well with the last stream on Brittany Jones, because fucking there's a lot more. Those are just a couple of things that I can think of. But yeah, like, I didn't agree with a lot more policies than what I actually had commentary on with that reading. I just wanted to say that. And yeah, fucking, before we, I'm gonna go, I don't know. Yeah. And also before we keep going, I also want to discuss real quick, like, I do believe it is important, you know, if you're going to watch the Brittany Jones playlist I did, or if you are interested in my thoughts on the Brittany Jones situation, again, I kind of discussed the previously why I believe it's so important to watch it in order, so you can understand my mental journey, understanding and processing this shit. But also, I feel that this then gives you not only my understanding, but also the evidence of events that have happened. Like, in some of the later videos, I'll be talking about things that there were evidence for way before. And so if you watch it in order, then you know what had happened already, so you won't be out of the loop. If that makes sense as well, if there is anything you don't know about in relation to the playlist. I might go ahead and give you guys like a reading and a recap of what all we've covered so far at the end, if I remember to do so, if you've got enough time. But for now, I'm going to just keep moving on. Now, previously we've been talking about the Potomac land issue as well. So they were supposed to vote on this May 19th on whether or not the Patawomeck tribe was going to get to keep some of their land. Or not. Well, basically they'd already voted to take it away, but then they decided to vote again on it, and so then that was supposed to happen May 19th, but they literally spent the whole fucking meeting arguing about some Bucky shit. And yeah, so now basically we are trying to figure out when that's gonna happen. You know, I was trying to get more information on that. Nobody really knows anything yet, but the Stafford Board of Supervisors, they do have their meeting dates and everything like that published, and all of that, and all of the board, authority, committee, commissions, all of this could change, but they do have a calendar available. So the Board of Supervisors, they do their meetings, they do a meet on first and third Tuesday of every month, but they also have a work session on the fourth Tuesday, which doesn't really count for the meeting that we need to know about, right? So the next meeting is going to be on June 2nd. So I'm hoping that in June, maybe around June 2nd or June 16th, they will put the Patawomeck tribal issue back on the agenda, so we can find out for sure what the resolution will be on that. I tried to figure out if there was any information about that online with the Agenda Center. So they have their agenda and minutes on here as well and everything like that, but nothing is posted yet for the June 2nd or June 16th supervisor meeting. There is no agenda posted yet when I had checked earlier. But it also says here that the Board of Supervisor agendas are posted by noon Friday prior to each meeting, and minutes are available following approval. So I will try and see if I can track the agenda to know when the Patawomeck meeting is coming up, if we don't know about it before, some other way. So yeah, I also found from that page they have the Stafford County Board of Supervisors live streams, and I didn't notice shit was here. They even have the archives. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for those meetings relevant to the Patawomeck tribal land issue, and if I can find that, then I will probably do some other live streams to cover that as well. But I haven't figured out those dates and clicked through to sort that out yet, but I think I might try to do that eventually as well. Okay, and then let's see here, moving on. So just moving on from the Patawomeck tribal issue, now we're gonna get right back on into the Brittany Jones situation. And so yeah, so we've been talking about all of that. So I had found a video of which she speaks on Indigenous leadership at a DPO convention. And I just thought that this speech on Indigenous leadership was extremely interesting, given the way she's been using the concept of an Indigenous identity. Because mind you guys, she got her GedMatch DNA analysis confirmed in 2023 through Bill Deyo. Before then, she did not have any connection to the Patawomeck tribe, to my knowledge. And to my knowledge, that connection with the tribal historian emeritus is the only connection she's maintained with the Patawomeck tribe. Which there's nothing wrong with that being where you are on your journey. Nothing wrong with that if you're honest about that, because that's just the beginning of reconnection. It's not being connected, it's not reconnected, it's the beginning. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And you know, you don't have a lived experience being Indigenous because that wasn't your lived experience. You were raised, assimilated into white people. Your mother is blonde hair and blue eyes. She literally had no idea she was Native before. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't have a heritage from a childhood that you didn't know about, right? In my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's what I think. So, the way she uses Indigenous identity is something that I've been criticizing, because I don't believe she has lived experience as an Indigenous person to then take leadership roles as an Indigenous person, right? But let's look at what she says. Hold on.
As an advocate for my community, we know what we are facing out there. We don't agree with coal mining either. We have cancer, we have people dying, we have man camps that we are combating every day. Our tribal territories are being invaded, our treaties are being violated. And so we need to follow Indigenous leadership and heal the wounds of the past and make the past wrongs right. And that's the only way we can really move forward with this environmental issues, is following the people who are here first. I wrote this one.
Okay, so mind you guys, she's over here like the only way that we're going to get out of trouble is following Indigenous people. And then she's like, I'm an Indigenous person, follow me, right? That's where I believe she's using Indigenous identity to garner votes, as if she has that Indigenous lived perspective, which would make her different than other people. But I do not believe, if you are not raised connected to your culture or anything like that, that that's the case. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it's the way she, in my opinion, misrepresents herself that I have a problem with. And so we're going to come back and we'll do a comment reading in a second, but let's just compare. So this is another post. So both of these posts are posted by Brittany Jones herself, both on the Jones for Oregon TikTok page. So this next post is Brittany Jones speaking. This is a post she made on her own page, speaking at I don't even know where the fuck she was speaking, but here.
Of the state of Oregon, Brittany Jones.
My name's Brittany Jones. Thank you for having me out here, you guys. I'm honored to be here. I am Patawomeck or Potomac. My tribe is in Virginia, but I was born and raised here in the Valley. I am a working class Oregonian. I understand the struggles of what it's like to be here, to face those struggles.
And mind you guys, I've heard of Patawomeck and Patawomeck being different pronunciations, but I've never heard of Patawomeck outside of people who are not connected to the community. But literally the reason it's called the Patawomeck River is because, or the Patawomeck River is because that's what they thought we were saying, because we say it Potomac, and they didn't know how to say Potomac, and so they started saying Potomac or Potomac. You know what I'm saying? So that's my knowledge. But, and it's like, I wouldn't be making fun of someone for the way they say Potomac just in general, but when you're trying to represent yourself as being Potomac, then I just think that's the curious way to say it. But then it's like, I'm like not connected enough to know if I'm like, so then I'm like second guessing myself, right? Because like descendian status, right? But then it's like, I don't know. It's my lived experience though. It's my lived experience. But the way she introduces herself as being Potomac, and she doesn't clarify she's a descendian, that she has no lived Indigenous experience. She just got a GedMatch DNA analysis confirmed a few years ago, but doesn't have her ancestors documented. And then she'll say things like, I was raised going jingle dress dancing, but to my knowledge, she was only around other Indigenous communities for a few years, to the extent that her mother was in a college organization that was centered around Natives. But that doesn't mean you're raised Indigenous, in my opinion. Knowing people of another culture does not make that your culture. So yeah, and I do wonder if, you know, you see like the scarf situation, you know, that she's doing and the dress that she's doing, it does seem to come from more of a Western Indigenous aesthetic, but I will let Western Natives speak on their comfort with that, because I also know, you know, when it comes to certain elements, some people are like, well, if it's from a Native person or if it's a gift, it doesn't matter what you wear if you're Native or not, you know, such as with beads. A lot of people, as long as you're not the one trying to make and sell Native beads, if you're just wearing another Native designer's beads, they don't give a fuck where the fuck you're from. You know what I mean? For example, there's nothing wrong with that, right? I don't know if I'm using the right words, but then it's like if you're trying to wear regalia, that's a different story, right? So to that extent, I don't know where that line is on what she's wearing, but I do believe that looks a bit more of a Western Indigenous style to me, in terms of the scarf and all of that, the jewelry and the dress.
And as a working class Oregonian, I'm not a career politician. We all know that those establishment career politicians don't listen.
She has been criticized for being a career political candidate because she cannot get elected, and since 2023, she has raised a large amount of funds, political campaigning. So.
To us anymore, which is why I'm challenging Tina on the Democratic ticket. I actually invited her in person to a debate. You can imagine how that went. I am a veteran as well, and a small business owner. So I believe that it's time for a working class Oregonian to get into the highest office of this state so that we are finally heard and represented. And that's exactly why I'm here.
I don't think that the concept of being a business owner resonates with people as working class. You know what I'm saying? Because even if you want to be ethical in business, it is true that most business owners are known for exploiting their employees. And a lot of businesses, the owners only profit off of the labor of their employees. And so a lot of what Brittany says, you know, a lot of people don't see that in alignment. And I think she tries to be too many things to too many people sometimes. And there's nothing wrong with being a business owner. Hello? But I think that you can't say, okay, I'm a business owner and I'm for the working class all in one, or representing the working class in one, because if you are a successful business owner, that puts you outside of the working class. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. Now, it's not that all business owners don't work. You know, a lot of business owners are boots on the ground doing the exact same labor as the rest of their employees. But when it comes to class status, if we're going to get into classism, business owners are higher would not be on, if a business owner was on the same class as their working class, then they probably wouldn't be able to afford to pay the other working class people. You know what I'm saying? It's about acknowledging the realities of limitations of income. It's not about being colonial or disrespecting people based on income. It's just about acknowledging the realities of limitations with funds.
Today, because I'm not here to talk to you or above you. I want to hear from you, because I want to work with you together. That's the only way we can move forward, regardless of party. So I hope to hear from you today. And you remember, it doesn't matter how much money a candidate has in their account. What matters is what box you check next to whose name. Thank you.
Okay. So, that's what Brittany said at Candidate Town Hall there. And so here, going back to this other thread, where she's talking about how we need Indigenous leaders, and then here she's introducing herself as an Indigenous person, right? And I believe that is literally a method she uses to get votes. And we can even see, like, okay, so in the comments, yeah, we got a lot of dip fucks about turn people red, but we have some people, this is amazing, so inspiring. And then we have some people, like, if she's from one of our tribes, I'll vote for her just because of that. I do believe she's getting votes just off of the Indigenous identity, and that is why she uses it, in my opinion, even though she does not have any lived experience with these issues. She's not connected to Indigenous community, but instead of allowing someone who is to represent indigeneity, she's doing it. Why is that? Because I believe she acknowledges that this is an avenue for profitability for her, because she gets funds from this, in my opinion, if I'm not mistaken. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about that real quick. Also, we've watched this video. I guess I could play it again. I know for sure we've watched it 2 times. I think we may have watched it even 3 or 4. So we could watch it like a 5th time, but I think you may have already seen this video, but fuck it. This is just the one where Tblubear, I don't think I said that right. Tblubear is speaking out about not wanting to vote for Brittany for president. So we'll just let that play again. Fuck it, for the context. And then, but what I'm really here for are these comments. These are new comments that I don't think we've gone over here.
For Brittany Jones in 2024. I don't think that she is the best candidate. We have a lot of different women coming forward right now saying that Brittany Jones, Indigenous women, mind you, saying that Brittany Jones was harassing, stalking, and bullying them as soon as they didn't agree with her agenda. She claims that she's an Indigenous woman, but she holds no regard for Indigenous women or Indigenous lives. And so she's done more harm in the community than good. There's a lot of things that she says that just aren't mathin'. Along with her military career, she calls herself a veteran, but then in one of her videos she also states that she couldn't get her GI funding for education because they said that she hadn't served active duty for 90 days. And so she is claiming that the military is absolutely wrong on that. and I don't buy it, and I don't believe her. So no for Brittany Jones 2024. No, I'm not voting.
Okay, so that's the context, the video for the comments we're reading. I just wanted to read these comments because I believe we've watched these videos before, but this video, but we haven't. I don't think we've seen these comments. So here we have one person saying she kept claiming she's Patawomeck and William Redmond is her descendant, laughing my ass off. I think it's this guy that keeps using the concept of descendant and ancestor wrong. So she keeps claiming that William Redmond is her ancestor, not her descendant. She keeps claiming that she's a descendant of William Redmond. And again, mind you guys, I have literally family searched that Oregon Ancestry a lot to try and find a connection, but I could not. However, my tribal historian did confirm that through GedMatch DNA analysis that she is a descendant, and so if my tribal historian Bill Deyo confirms it, it's not my place to question him. You know, like it's not my place to question his authority. I can discuss my beliefs and reasons and opinions for doubts and everything like that, as I've done previously, but it's not my place to disregard or disrespect his confirmation. And I think comments like this are why people are not getting heard on Brittany Jones. Y'all gotta stop this type of shit if you do want them to listen to you, in my opinion. So someone else said, oh man, I didn't know this. Thank you for sharing. Someone else said Jones is a scammer. Someone else said that's so not true about her GI Bill, especially as a veteran. I wonder if she was dishonorable discharged. It doesn't matter if you served in combat. It's just that you served. And depending on when someone served, you either have it lifetime or up to 15 years. Somebody, I guess, I don't know what this is supposed to be because it's showing an @ symbol, and then it's like, you know how when like an emoji is not available on like a keyboard or some shit, or like on a browser or some shit, I mean, it'll show like a box with an X through it. That's what we are seeing here right now. So I don't know if this was like, so at first I was like, maybe that was an emoji that's not there anymore. But then I'm like, I wonder if they were tagging an account and now the account's not there. I don't know. But anyway, the comments under here though say, well, they're out of order, but I think I'm reading them in order. So someone said, thanks for informing me, but this woman never provides evidence or even any examples of Jones doing this. I tried to search it on reliable and could find nothing, but I did find that only this same woman posting of things about Jones on social media without context or proof, whereas Jones came forward speaking about those claims and showed receipts against them. Or they said they searched it on actual reliable sources. Typo. Sorry about that. Okay, so so this, you see this narrative right here, this is why I feel like a lot of people don't, because yes, a lot of the hate pages do show a lot of evidence for her, but it takes a lot of time to get there. And so much of what people see is the hate talk and the trolling without the receipts that then becomes just how, like, then they're unwilling to keep looking through it to get to the receipts because they see so much of it just being trolling and no receipts that they just start to think, oh, these people are just haters with nothing to say, right? And Brittany uses that to convince people that she's innocent. She's just a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman getting attacked by these evil brown-skinned people. That's what she convinces people, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Okay. So someone else said, if you looked at an account called PNW Gym, your content goes along with theirs. MorA said, then she switched her tribe another 6 times. Check out my profile for her own words going against hers. Yeah, and she denied to me, even though I had a receipt of when she claimed Choctaw, Blackfoot. I had one receipt one of the times I know she's claimed it, but you know, I can't prove every time, but I know I could prove at least one. So she proved, she was saying that she was Blackfoot, Choctaw, or Chickasaw, if I remember correctly, or something like that. And yeah, I was like, this is shit. This is bullshit. I know you're not. This is fucking bullshit, you know? And so, yeah, I'm not the only one who has seen that type of shit, obviously, either. But anyway, and then someone else said she probably signed up and couldn't hack it in boot camp. Thank you for doing the work. Much love. And somebody else said, I went on a hike with her. She lasted 10 minutes. Oh, so Mrs. Contos is the one who has alleged that Brittany Jones may have been plotting to harm her. Or something like that. Check my last live stream for more on that. But so Mrs. Contos said, I went on a hike, quote unquote, with her, and she lasted 10 minutes before she asked when we were heading back. They said, LOL. She said, yeah, dude, she can't hack exercise, and I'm fat. It's really sad when you think about it. Okay, so hold on. A lot of people equate being skinny to being in shape, and they think if you have any fat on you at all, if you're fat at all, you're not in shape. But you know what's ridiculous about that? A lot of people that are skinny are not in shape at all. They have no muscle mass, and just because they have no fat on their body doesn't mean they're healthy, you know. And I know a lot of people, they got fat on their body, but they also got muscle. They work out, and yeah, they like to eat. Fuck it, who gives a shit? But they can go dance an 8-mile, 10-mile parade, and they're still gonna be dancing after that, and they're all good. And a skinny bitch can't last half the parade because they don't have the energy reserves in their body to make it, right? You know, so I'm just putting it out there. Like, there's in society this like whole concept that skinny equals healthy, and that's not the case necessarily, you know. And I don't want to get colonial with all that either, you know. But love yourself, love your body. Yeah. Anyway, all bodies are beautiful. Unless you got Grinch fingers. I'm just kidding. Yeah. But anyway, fucking. So then after that, I don't know. You know, I was looking at this and I said I was calling him Ron. AA Ron the last couple of days. Because it's like A with a space, and then it says Ron. R-O-N. But then I was like, what if his name is Aaron? But that's taken. So this is how he goes by Aaron without going by Aaron. And it's not Ron, but it's Aaron. I don't know. But I've been calling him Ron, so I'm going to stick with it now. So, I don't know his fucking real name. It's just, it makes sense from the username for me. But Ron said, after some digging, she was discharged for getting pregnant. Anna said, thank you. He said, my pleasure. Check out my page. I've been exposing her for almost a year, rebuilding after a banana. Which, the reason y'all see them say shit like this is TikTok is so crazy. They'll fucking ban you for saying the word ban. Or give you a violation. Anyway. So someone else said, agreed. I have seen her bully people, and my first thought was fear over how she would handle any foreign conflict by bullying. And Tblubear said she is just, I keep saying Tblubear instead of Tblubear. I don't know why. Anyway, so Bluebear said she is just scamming people so she can afford to party. And they said, doesn't surprise me at all. All of that just confirms the vibes I got from her from the very beginning. It's good to see evidence. And then Bluebear also said, sorry, I had to delete a thread due to gaslighting victims. Do it again and you'll be blocked. We got some 100 emojis. Somebody else said, damn, I did not know this. Thank you for spreading the word. Someone else said, thank you for taking a stand. This is important. Someone here said she has a dead look in her eyes, but I wanted her to be speaking from the heart. I trust you, T-Blue. I'll drop her. Somebody else said it's all coming out. Then someone said, at this point, we can't just vote for anyone. We are all just going to vote blindly. I have thoughts on the ableism and the normalization of that, but I will link my crash course on ableist language in the comments. Half the time I say something's getting linked in the description, it ends up moved in the comments when I timestamp, but every now and then it is in the description. Anyway, So Ron put update. We have spoken with family members. She was discharged for getting pregnant and didn't finish her time. And then somebody else said false. If blue wins, Palestinians will still be dying. I understand, like, cause so I think what they're referring to is one of Brittany Jones's stances for president was vote for me. I keep burping. To end genocide. And it's just like things like that where it's like that's not a feasible campaign promise for you as a single individual to promise, right? But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, but anyway, fucking. So I think maybe that's what they're referring to. But somebody else said Brittany is a terrible person. Someone said good to know, thank you. And someone said I haven't heard. Oh wait, hold on. Someone said I liked her until I heard how she talks to her child. Now this, and they said I haven't heard that, but there are just too many negative things about her. She is dangerous to this country. And it looks like those are all the comments I can see for now. And so I just wanted to reflect on that, because I think that kind of gives insight to what I was explaining with you guys about reasons that I don't think that people are taken seriously when it comes to the Brittany Jones issue. But yeah, fucking. Okay, so I want to take a quick little break, but then after that, what we'll basically be doing, you know what, before I take a quick break, I'm going to go ahead and give a recap of my Brittany Jones coverage so far. And I'll give a recap of my Brittany Jones coverage, and then I'm going to take a break. And then when I come back from the break, we'll be going over this MorA page. They talk about a bunch of shit. I don't know anything about this Vermont situation. Like, look, I don't know anything fuck about anything that they're posting here, but they also post a good bit about Brittany Jones and Patawomeck and Powhatans and shit like that. So we'll be covering that shit, the Brittany Jones type shit and all that from this page. But yeah. So anyway, before we get there, so I'm just gonna go ahead and give you guys a recap rundown real quick of everything that we've covered so far with the Brittany Jones situation before we go on break. So far what we've covered, and mind you guys, this is an order of date published. All of this are either mine or other people's opinions or allegations or accusations, okay? Some of it is proven, there's court record and shit like that, you know, and some of it, some of it's shit talking. There's a mix of everything in there, okay? So take everything with a grain of salt, do your own due diligence. I try my best to link sources in the description or the comments of each video, but then some of the videos that have a replay, you will need to go to the original video that the replay is from to find the source potentially. So keep that in mind as well. But anyway, okay, so what we've covered so far. We've covered 2025 squatting. Bill Deyo confirmed distant Patawomeck ancestors through GedMatch review 2023. Bill Deyo and Patawomeck tribe discredited based on Brittany. Pocahontas disrespected. Bill harassed. Brittany's fry bread nonprofit operation. Car giveaway raffle scam. Eviction court hearings recordings. And Brittany's post about her lineage claims since 2021. We've also, that was video number 1. Number 2. I went over Brittany's political platform goals, website and policy for governor, improving chances of winning and community relationships, Indigenous representation, what could cause Brittany's downfall versus help her succeed. Number 3, my thoughts as an individual, we can't speak for anyone else, on why Patawomeck tribe does not back Brittany, and that caveat holds true for all of this live stream too. Anyway, social issues with Brittany using Patawomeck identity in her political campaigns. I take issue with Brittany using MMIW, MMIP, MMIR, missing and murdered Indigenous women, people, relatives for her campaigns. Speculations on why people don't like Brittany. Why Patawomeck tribe has more important shit going on that I believe Brittany is causing harm to related to federal recognition. Number 4, Reddit thread on Brittany's text message campaign running for governor of Oregon. Brittany called out for false stalking order filed. Attempted rough recap of coverage. Why I don't think Brittany is claimed by anyone else but Bill Deyo in Patawomeck community as far as I know. Brittany's genealogy. No native ancestors documented. Number 5. a 1 or 3 year PR plan and beyond for Brittany to actually earn genuine community support, plus why I don't think she has that now or will get that if she continues on the path she is on. Number 6, Brittany acknowledges her racist past, attempts to represent herself as a Native woman in public office, DNA tests as well as lack of lineage documented, applying concepts to Brittany Jones. Who is a descendant? What does that mean? What does it mean to be Indigenous? Community versus colonial recognition. Number 7, Brittany's statements and interviews from Voices for Voices, Coin, and Transplaining, as well as other posts. Brittany does not know how to say Patawomeck right. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's what I was thinking. Okay, info and pronunciation of Patawomeck as far as what I've been exposed to before. I cannot speak right, but whatever. As far as what I've been exposed to, the capture did not get that. Anyway, okay. Number 8, Facebook messages and TikTok messages between me and Brittany. Brittany gaslights me about all her lies in the news. Brittany claims I didn't come to her about my videos when I did. Brittany claims my videos cause her harm. Brittany is a tribe hopper. Brittany claims she was not raised white. Brittany also claims her mother never says they were Native. Brittany takes up space in media under the concept of being connected as Indigenous since a child, which is a lie. Brittany speaks for MMIW when she is not qualified to do so. Brittany claims being Native is a community she is a part of, that she was involved with Native community as a child learning jingle dress dance, ceremony, etc. She was not involved with her Native community. Attending other tribes' events is not the same as being involved with your own community. Number 9. Addressing what makes Brittany Jones a fake versus a real Native. Is Brittany using proximity to other Native communities to claim raised Indigenous when other Indigenous people didn't raise her? Number 10. What I set out to do in my videos on Brittany Jones from what I knew then versus how coverage changed from what I know now. Why I think Brittany is seen as racist. And Voices to Voices First podcast. Number 11. I think Brittany blames Hannah Shooting Bear for her actions, reviewing statements Brittany made about political parties and the OVC town hall. Number 12, resources on assault, trafficking, and MMIW. Voices to Voices second podcast, speaking on Brittany's documented European ancestry, replay of replays. Number 12, oh wait, that was number 12. Number 13, Brittany tokenizes Native identity. Shit I have been saying about Brittany in people's comments. More posts on Brittany. Voices to Voices third podcast. Brittany dismisses entire point of MMIW while spreading racism and misinformation about MMIW. Number 14. Replay on Brittany saying human trafficking outside of like the MMIW awareness has kind of been pushed under the rug. MMIW exists because other communities have more awareness on and are less impacted by human trafficking than Indigenous people. Brittany is racist, misinformed, and speaking on issues she has no lived experience on. 15. Worst BJ moments replay. Number 16. Brittany's sister seems to support her haters. Brittany builds platform off Native trauma and Native identity fraud. Fry bread exploitation. Protest tourism. Apartment given up. Campaign donations not reported. Cheating in polls. Taken advantage in car rental agreement. Pocahontas and Bill disrespected. Native discrimination. Interviews including KATU, KEZI, Will Fullwood. 17. Brittany and I hashed it out yet again. What led up to our second argument plus what we said to each other. 18. Follow up to second argument. Bill emailed me. Oregon gubernatorial debate May 6, 2026. 19. Emails with Bill Deyo. 20. Results of 2026 Oregon gubernatorial primary elections. Banner and backbone interview. 21. Brittany offends Black and Sami communities. And I cannot say that right. Apologies, but SAOMI? SAPMI? I am so sorry. Anyway, but yes. And we're here now on number 22. And that's what we've covered so far. And there's like a lot more to it. And mind you guys, this right here is like the max character limitation of this box. So in order to go and add number 22, I'm going to have to shorten some of this shit. So I'm trying to figure out, lately I've just been kind of shortening the shit every time I add another video. But I'm also trying to figure out and marinate like on what is a, what I can do to document this and have an index for you guys so you know where what is covered where or some shit. I don't know. But yeah. But for now, this is where we're at. This is what we got. And yeah, so you will notice when I recap these descriptions, some of the wording has changed slightly because over time I have to take shit out as I add stuff in. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna actually take that break now. What I'm gonna do is go take my break. When we get back, we are just gonna watch those hate videos for the rest of this stream, and we're gonna finish up after that. However long that takes, I don't really know how long it's gonna be, but I'm hoping it doesn't take too long because I got shit I gotta do today. But fuck it, it's important to me, so we're just gonna do it anyway. So yeah, thank you guys, I appreciate you. I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Okay. Hi. Sorry about that. Okay. So we're going to get into some more of the hate coverage on Brittany Jones. And as we move into that, I want to also reiterate, I don't know if I've ever iterated it actually. I just kind of want to say that I don't know if I'm like, I actually don't know if I'm doing well at this, but I'm trying to have a goal here that's balancing, like calling out social issues that I am seeing with correcting misinformation on Powhatans that I'm seeing. In the caption I got that wrong, but I'm saying Powhatan. Powhatan. Anyway, fuck it. Okay, fucking. But yeah, so I don't know. It's not a good, easy balance to strike because I'm not decolonized or connected enough to do all of this shit, right? But I'm trying to balance what I see as misinformation and calling it out, as well as social issues, because there's a lot of valid criticisms against Brittany, and I feel like it's getting lost in the mix because of all of this other shit as well. So I don't know, that's kind of what I've been trying to do here is think on what can be done to get people to stop disrespecting Powhatans just because they don't like Brittany, and to get people to understand that disrespecting the tribes aren't going to be an avenue for getting the tribes to help with any of this, you know? So yeah, as well as, is it possible to get anybody from the tribe to understand the gravity of some of the actions with Brittany Jones? I don't know, like, cause I don't feel like I don't feel like they think that anything that any of my videos, if they've seen my videos, I don't think they think my videos are valid, and if they haven't seen my videos, I don't think they've seen my videos. Yeah. But anyway, okay, so actually getting into this now. We are on to the MorA page, also known as lukashenkotato. But he has posted a bunch of shit. He's posted a bunch of, most of his shit on Brittany Jones is way older. But so I don't have to come back up here later. I'm basically gonna do is show you these couple of new posts on Brittany Jones from him. We'll talk about that, and then we're gonna take it down to the bottom and work our way up on the Brittany Jones post that this guy's done. I don't even know why I'm assuming it's a him, but whatever, we're here now. But so here, the first post that I see, not the first post he's made, but the first post I'm looking at, is it says Brittany Jones is not Indigenous, she's fully European. And I think it's just like yeah, I don't even know if there's a sound. Oh, it's just a song, Blame Game by Dr. Fubs in the background, so whatever, we're not into that. But yeah, now, I have given Brittany Jones shit and called her basically fully European and stuff as a response to some of the things she was saying to not only me but also others, in terms of either denying her whiteness or calling other people with the same lineage as her, same type of lineage as her, colonizers, when she's the same as them. You know, I've responded in that way type thing, and I've also shit talked on how none of the lineage she claims is documented in Family Search or Ancestry. But I will say, and you know, I do believe she only has European ancestors documented. That's a statement I could say. That's a fact that is I know of. But if Bill Deyo has confirmed through the GedMatch DNA analysis, you know, that she does have far distant ancestry, it's not my place to discredit that, question that, none of that. I mean, I can talk about the questions I have. I think we have a room to talk about some of the reasons we have questions, but there's a difference between disrespecting or questioning Bill Deyo's authority versus discussing why you doubt a specific event. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what I mean, right? Like, I don't know if that's an easy balance to strike, but I hope y'all can read my mind and know what the fuck I'm talking about. I feel like Jules, Kanana Banamun, Sakirinkan. But anyway, so we just addressed this post. Now let's look at the description or whatever. So it just says Brittany Jones is not Native or Indigenous. She's back trying to run again. My older post called her out. Now I do believe there's a point to make about her lack of connection with Indigenous lived experience. But again, reminder, if Bill Deyo confirmed the GedMatch DNA analysis, then we need to respect Bill Deyo, in my opinion. We can have, I think everybody has a right to an opinion about specific statements she's made and the posts she's made, and feel free to make fun of her for all the different fucking DNA tests she posted, because what the hell was that? And stuff like that, right? Like, I think we all have a right to question the discrepancies and shit she says and does. But just, we can do that without disrespecting Bill Deyo, in my opinion. Right? There can be a balance. I hope, I think. Maybe? Fingers crossed. I might be fucking that up. But, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, mine. But yeah. Oh my god, the translation is throwing me off. But, Kope. Oh my god. Yes. So, I would say, you know, so just like out here, kikitan mata, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But, you know how it is. Basically, I don't know if you just got here, but what we've gone over so far, just to kind of recap real quick what we've gone over so far today in this stream, we have gone over, oh, sorry, I'm clicking the wrong button over here. It's crazy. Apologies. OBS issues, distraction. Okay, what we've gone over so far. The Tajuana Thomas arrest situation, we discussed the confirmed updated charges on the docket website. The court dates, I've seen different dates like July 10th or 11th or so. And I think, you know, so we'll be checking around then, of course, to see if there's any public record available. We did confirm that the charge was changed. So she was originally charged with perjury, false statement to the police, and tampering with evidence. The false statement to the police related charge, it might have been slightly different wording, but it fucking meant that, damn it. That one, fucking, god damn it, what is wrong with me? It got changed to fucking stalking. A misdemeanor stalking charge. And so we discussed what do all of these charges mean in the North Dakota law, as well as what are reasons for the escalation in that charge according to what's available on the internet. And we discussed a little bit of the history of that case as well. I gave you guys a little bit of background information about Tajuana, a little bit of background information about Brittany, and then I also compared Tajuana and Brittany. I've discussed a bit about why I don't feel heard within Powhatan community about Brittany Jones and why I don't think they're listening to anybody about her. And then we did some reactions to a couple of Brittany Jones posts where we saw how I feel she was basically discussing how Indigenous leadership needs to be what we follow, and then she was discussing how she's an Indigenous person, so you should vote for her. And so I kind of showed you guys why I feel she uses Indigenous identity to get votes, and discussed that a little bit as well. We discussed other things with that side rambles have come and gone as well. I think that is a good rough recap of what we talked about so far, though, off the top of my head. But yeah, fucking, and the comments, the way YouTube is translating Patawomeck is throwing me off. So when Jules said Wingapa, it put win again. And then when Jules put Nirinkan, Sakirinkan, the captioner put, what did you do to the windows? What the fuck? Oh my god. And now I'm over here like, from the window to the wall. Okay, my bad. But anyway, so back to this. Oh, and so we had just started, this is post 1 of, we are going through yet another hate page on Brittany Jones. And I actually think I already talked to you about my thoughts on why I don't feel people listen about Brittany Jones and Powhatan community, you know? Jules, so you already know that shit, basically. But just to recap that too, I feel it's because people do shit like disrespect Bill Deyo, disrespect Pocahontas, and misuse the name of Toka, and they disrespect Pocahontas' name on top of her as a person, you know, and they disrespect the Patawomeck community as a whole. They disrespect a lot of Pamunkey and Mattapanai oral histories as well, and a lot of the shit they've been saying, that, in my opinion, as far as what I've covered. And so basically, yeah, I've been discussing how things like that are a big reason that, like, a lot of Powhatans, I believe, get so fucking triggered by some of the shit they say that they're gonna be, if they were to see that, be unwilling to look at this person as a valid source, right? And then there's also issues where, on top of all of that trigger and trauma to deal with, then people are just straight up, instead of showing the evidence, instead of like telling the story so we can understand what happened, they're either making claims without evidence, and it's not their first person account for it to be their testimony, but it's gossip, and it's not provable, and it's hearsay. Versus if it were your testimony, I'm not gaslighting you on your lived experience, right? That's different. But, you know, with how it could look in the court, and with it, how it could look with, you know, should people try to get action taken on these things, right? And how it would look with outsiders who don't know better, just seeing you guys make fun of her and tell her she should lose custody of her kids and shit, you know, like that type of shit is not gonna get you heard on the real shit that matters. And so because you swim through, there's so much of these other things that you have to get through to get to the real evidence of her. I wish there was like a page and it was nothing but only real evidence on Brittany Jones. No hate talk, nothing about Powhatan community, just literally nothing but discrepancies of Brittany Jones, and it can refer to Powhatan community in relation to her claims, but not you saying some fucked up shit, right? But you know, nothing like don't add on that other bullshit. Make it something that you would see as a court presentation in law or some shit, you know, like evidence, witness testimonies, the stories, etc. Only that. No fluff, nothing else. Like, because when I add my commentary, not only is it because I'm triggered by some of these things and feel urged to speak on it, but also because legally, if I show you guys these videos this way, where I'm putting together other people's words, I can't just replay other people's shit. Otherwise, that's copyright infringement. I have to add my commentary to it. I have to transform it. I have to do something so then I can use it under fair use. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing to contend with as well. A lot of you guys who are the first person source on some of these things, y'all ain't gotta do all of that, you know, or things like that. Like, I just feel like, or when you're putting together some of those reports and you have those documents and the sources cited, etc., and you can see it's where it's from online, like, that's where, you know, you don't have to worry about those things too, sometimes where it's public record, and especially on the aspects where she's running for governor, because and political campaigns, because that's all public record. We're allowed to comment on that, and share it, you know. So things like that is easier for us to do, but we also have to reflect on all of that, right? So yeah, so I'm sorry, but anyway, so that's a long ass ramble, but let's keep going. We're gonna keep going. Back to this. So, let's see. So someone just said, oh God, I heard her plans. Whatever, they're just laughing at her. So let's go to the next one. Oop, wrong way. That one's not about her. Okay, this one. So, this same one, it says Brittany Jones is not Native. We just discussed this. And it says she's been outed as a pretendian several times and charged. Do not let her claim Indigenous. She's a fraud. So I don't know what they mean by and charged. So I know, so this is in 2025, July 2025, which was before the resolution of the Gingerbread Village situation. So therefore it wouldn't have been related to that. So I don't know what they mean charged with, but that I'm very curious about. But I'm wondering if maybe they got like a search result confused online, because there are a lot of Brittany Jones online, especially Brittany Nicole Jones as well. And so one time I told you guys, I found a court record. This is not about this Brittany, okay? But I found a court record about a meth charge, and it was the same name and the same location. And then it took me finding the birth date to realize that no, this is a whole different person. But yeah, like I almost for a second thought that Brittany got arrested for meth because of this arrest record with the exact same name in the same area, but it was a whole fucking different person, and I realized with a different birth dates. You know, for example. Like there's a lot of people with her name. So if they're confused and they think that Brittany was charged because someone else with her name was, I'd understand. But shit like this is why y'all not taken seriously, because charged with what? Where is the record, etc. Y'all may not like what I say in terms of my commentary or my opinion, but I do my best to show you guys my evidence. Now, if I've shown the evidence before and then I refer to it again, I may not pull it back up again, because eventually we got to get moving on, and I'll be here all day if I keep doing that every fucking time. But it's, I can tell you guys, link it to you something. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, where it says she's added as a pretendian. She does, now regardless of Bill Deyo's confirmation, which I would never want to disrespect, negate, none of that, she has said and done things that I believe is some pretendian ass shit, because I do perceive some of her statements as lying about her Native identity. So I can understand why people think she's a pretendian. I understand it, even if they don't know better with Bill Deyo lineage GedMatch thing. You know what I'm saying? Alright, so those are his 2 new posts on Brittany. And everything else he's posted is from way down here. And he's posted a bunch of shit about some Vermont stuff. I don't know nothing about that. So, anyway, now we're going to get started with the Brittany Jones situation. Hate coverage, take 3, 2, 4, I don't fucking know. How many pages have we done? I think we've done like 2 PNW gems. We did the AA Ron. Didn't we do another one? I know we've also done like search results have come up with like compilations of videos too. And I think we've seen some of MorA's videos within that as well. MorA, aka lukashenkotato. Whichever one you want to go by. I don't know. I'm gonna call him Luca or MorA, whatever the fuck comes out of my head. Anyway, let's get going for real. So video 1 here. Okay, it's muted, my bad. I'll restart that, and let's see, make sure my captioner's on. But fuck it, let's look at these descriptions. So we got a stitch here. Somebody said that they were blocked, and here's the proof. I think Luca is saying that. Duh. But a comment here says Brittany Jones is such a joke. They said she keeps saying she doesn't do things and then proves herself wrong. My friend Thrasher has another video up about her. oh shit, I didn't see that. Well, maybe we'll go look at that later. And then he tagged somebody else. Okay, now let's take this video from the top.
1, somebody's going around saying that I blocked them because they asked me how I'm Indigenous. 1, somebody's...
Okay, so it does look like they were blocked. Honestly, that's what she blocked me for, basically kept asking her to fuck her ancestors, and she wouldn't tell me. So she said she didn't have to prove shit to me. So, you know, that's what she blocked me for, type shit. So, whatever. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna skip anything that comes up that's not about Brittany, by the way. Because we ain't got time for all that. Okay, so right here, this is from the website. I've been telling you guys, and actually I think they've updated it since then, but this used to be like this on the website. This wording's still on there, but it might look differently, I think. Anyway, but it says, note, applications are paused at the moment as our tribal volunteers are overconsumed with our museum, village work, and multiple commitments. We will update this page when the application window reopens. And this is important because Brittany Jones, I told Brittany Jones in DMs this, because it's not only on the website, but I also told her this because she was telling me about wanting to reach out to them, and I said that they were closed anyway. Like, not only would it just make her look bad when they open back up, because she wanted to reach back out to them about people saying she was enrolled, but she never said that or whatever. I said I wouldn't bring too much attention to that if there's, you know, anything that could be taken that way, because it'll make you look bad. Basically is what I told her. And but maybe I should have just told her to be upfront about the truth then, you know. But at that time though, she was telling me that she hadn't said that, and at that time though, I hadn't seen the straight up proof for all of what she said or hadn't said, so I was also taking her on face value too, to a point. But anyway, I was basically like, I just, you know, wouldn't want to be like seen as because in my head I wouldn't want to be seen as being messy and shit, right? So like, if I were to ever reach out, ooh, I just burped, which I have. On one occasion, I've been the one who reached out about something. On another occasion, I responded about something. So on a different occasion, which I'm not going to refer to here, because it's not anything to do with this, I have reached out with concern about somebody within the Patawomeck tribe to the tribal historian and tribal center and chief. And yeah, you know, so I have reached out with concern about a situation one time. I understand how that makes me look either way, but the reason I reached out anyway was because I felt like if something happened and I knew about it, and that's not only I felt this way, but other people who I reached out as well, kind of like partly on their behalf. But yeah, like the reason we wanted to say something to begin with was because if something did happen and we like knew these things were being said, but we didn't tell somebody, we would be like, wow, that would have been fucked up if we knew something, right? Because of how things can escalate. So we decided it was important to say something just in case. And yeah, so, you know, and in certain situations, I feel like, yeah, the risk of something going wrong can outweigh the cost of coming with looking messy or looking, you know, like you're trying to start shit or something. But sometimes the risk of what if he didn't warn them and he knew something can outweigh that, right? So, but I think that's part of where I'm at. And then then when it comes to the other aspects, you know, like when you have all the evidence, you know, this second situation, as y'all know, I reached out about Brittany Jones. But I didn't reach out, actually. I responded. So I was reached out to about Brittany Jones by Bill Deyo, and I did mention her, but I didn't mention her in terms of like oh, fuck Brittany. You know, what I said was, I made this playlist about Brittany. If you want me to take anything down, let me know. And I mentioned you guys too. That's what I said to them. I didn't sit there and be like, fuck Brittany. I didn't sit there and be like, you know what I mean? None of that. I just said, this is what I've been saying. If you want me to take it down, let me know. That's what I told them the first time. And then they reached out to me about Brittany. And I responded twice. Well, they reached out to me twice and I responded twice. But my responses contain more than one response. But to me, in my head, it's like two separate occasions of a response. But one of them was like 2 emails and the other one was kind of like 4. But that's because I was having problems sending attachments. I was not trying to blow them up or anything. And I'm a bit manic and I can be info dumping text too much. But look, I wasn't trying to blow them up. I just had a lot to say. And I haven't reached out since because I don't want to come off as harassing or aggressive or none of that, but I've got the urge to reach out because what the fuck is all of this, right? But I've been trying to let it go for now because I don't think that poking the fire will put it out. I think it might make a flame jump out. So, you know what I'm saying? The fire is too big to be stamped out at the moment. But yeah. Okay, so anyway, oh shit, is there more to it than this video? Is it just a song? Okay, it's just a song. I don't give a fuck about the what's in the back. Okay, it's corn from that when that was trending, I guess. But yeah, fucking, and then the comments here, one of it says, if you go to the profile I stitched, you will find resources in the direct link in video. She is not Patawomeck and couldn't enroll. Check all family trees too. There is no name match too. This is why she blocks people asking how she's native. Okay, so I'm not the only one that checked the family trees then. It kind of makes me feel better. It's like, ooh, yeah. So, let's go to the burden of proof page. Huh, that's the only video on this page. So, more info here. Oh god damn it, it keeps playing the song. I'm trying to look at the comments, but then it wasn't showing. It's showing me there's a comment here, but it's not showing me that it exists here, so whatever. But there's nothing else there to see. I looked for it. Okay, fuck it. Let's go ahead and look at this Thrasher page. My bad. We're just going to take a quick detour over here. There is one Brittany Jones comment on this Thrasher, one Brittany Jones post on this page about comments that I want to look at real quick. And the Thrasher page was something that MorA had tagged on that other post we looked at, but whatever. We're just going to take this quick detour. Okay. So, the description for this, it says, I stood up for this guy because I was on the same line and my comments are deleted on the post. He proved you blocked him, so why are you trying to delete those comments? And then someone else said, she blocked me for calling out that her campaign manager was her husband and was lying about having a wife in China that was also in jail. Wait, I didn't know she was, had a husband. That's crazy. And then it said campaign manager also cussed her child out on a live TikTok right before I was banned for also calling that out. Oh shit. Again, these are all allegations. And then Mrs. Contos responded, that woman has caused great harm to my real life and placed me in danger. Trust me, I want to see her campaign end. She's not a genuine person. And then she also said, I am all for exposing her for what she is, but we're not going to use lies that have been debunked. Her campaign manager isn't her husband, but he is an old fling. She actually is married. As far as whereabouts of her wife, I don't know. Okay, Mrs. Conto, so hopefully she I'm hoping, you know, since that's how, I don't know why I clicked her profile. That's my bad. I did that without thinking about it. But I'm hoping, you know, with that stance, she would understand my videos and where I'm coming from then. But yeah. Okay, so this looks like it's in reference to the previous MorA videos, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, it's this person said, Brittany Jones said to somebody, I did not ban anyone on the live stream because they asked me how I was Indigenous. And Thrasher responded, I was on the live stream with Angel or whatever the guy's name was, and you said out loud that, okay, this is enough, I'm blocking you. And then they responded, but isn't a DD-12 a military document? Why would they want that over asking about tribal stuff? Brittany Jones said, I did not ask them, why did I say ask them? I did not block them for asking if I was Indigenous. As stated, I blocked when they were being disrespectful. Thrasher replied, I was on the live. I do not know where they were being disrespectful towards you. You said William Redmond, and they looked them up, and they said they didn't blank your name. They never name called or asked for your DD-12, which is an DD-214. What am I saying 12? I don't know what the fuck this shit is. My bad. WD-12 420 shit. Like, what is that shit? Anyway, WD-40. Anyway, okay, let's get some WD-40. So, which is an irrelevant document. My bad, I'm fucking crazy. Okay. So, and let's see what's next. Okay, it's replaying this clip, but fuck it, let's go.
Somebody's going around saying that I blocked them because they asked me how I'm Indigenous.
So yeah, Brittany Jones does that. If you ask her too many questions about her identity, she'll just claim, you know, that you're disrespectful. It's kind of like treason with her, but meanwhile, she does the exact same shit, if not worse, to other people, in my opinion. I think there was something else I wanted to respond to, but maybe I don't really remember. Hold on, let me see again. Oh yeah, so William Redmond, where they said they didn't see your name. So if they were doing what I did and clicking through family search and ancestry, they wouldn't see Brittany Jones's name because you're not going to see the living ancestor of a living person. You would need to know one of her dead relatives on that side and look for a connection between that dead relative and these ancestors, because public records aren't on that level in ancestry, family search, etc., are not typically available for people who are still alive unless they have on, I think, Ancestry and other places, you can make like a public profile others can see, or if they have your link, they can see it sometimes. But other than that, it's like you have to be dead for it to be public, for privacy concerns and shit. So you need to know their dead ancestors and connect it to her dead ancestor, which I did previously. It was like the 4th or 5th live stream, I think, that I've done is when I did that. I think I did it the same one as the Reddit thread about the text campaign, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so, but anyway, so I agree that I have not found a record connecting her lineage to William Redmond outside of Bill Deyo's confirmation of the GedMatch DNA analysis. But I don't know if it would be an accurate reflection to say that you're going to find a living person's name attached in these records typically, unless they're, like, if they're a public figure, I think it's more likely because a lot of them will be very transparent, but Brittany's not, in my opinion. Okay. So that was our detour over here to the Thrasher link. Oh shit, I need to remember to link that later. Alright, I'll remember to link this later. So that was our detour over here. Okay. So yeah. Fucking moving on. We'll go to the next one. Oh yeah, going back. To these comments here real quick though. My bad. Where they're saying, she's not Patawomeck and couldn't enroll. Well, there's nothing wrong with this being the case. It's the same for my lineage as well. Her lineage, Bill Deyo said, was too far back for enrollment. So she does not qualify for enrollment, even if the tribal office were open. But also, like they're showing, the office is closed. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so I've also criticized her because she said in a live stream that she needed to go get the enrollment process started, but she already knew at that time that she does not qualify for enrollment and the enrollment office is closed. So what the fuck does she mean by that? I criticized her for that previously as well. Okay, now we got the clown music happening, so I'm gonna go up and instantly mute this. Okay. So now this is we've covered this previously, I believe, but this is the, shit, why is it so hard to scroll this back? But whatever. I'm just gonna let it play. Let it hit play and for a second while I talk. So we've talked about this. We've gone over this in previous live streams a couple times. But basically, Brittany Jones had posted in this witch Facebook group talking about looking for information on Welsh witchcraft. Because, you know, she thought her family was affected by the witch trials, but turns out maybe not, or some shit. And she had posted a link to her GedMatch DNA analysis and the ethnicity estimates on there. It basically showed she was only from European ancestry. You know what I'm saying? It only showed the American region for the ancestry only came up as being from the settler side of it, not from the indigenous side, is what she had originally posted in 2021. And so because of this and other posts she's made about DNA that don't line up, a lot of people do not believe she's Native, like, you know what I'm saying, because of things like this. And the description and the comments, it says Brittany Jones is not Patawomeck. There will be more to come. This is her ancestry result she shared in a group. And mind you guys, the Patawomeck Tribal Historian Emeritus claims her, so it's nobody else's place to question that unless you're inside the Patawomeck tribal community. So other people, if you're discrediting Bill Deyo, then you're disrespecting a lot of Powhatan people, and that is a big part of why Brittany Jones is going unchecked, because they don't see you as someone with a real criticism. If you are going to discredit people such as Bill Deyo, who is a highly respected, influential figure in Powhatan tribes, regardless of his role of Patawomeck tribe. Okay, so Thrasher called it. Knew some bullshit was up when she blocked you for asking how she's Patawomeck, LOL. MorA said, right? Mama Duck tagged women with bows. MorA said, I wonder what happened, but that's for them to explain when they're ready to. They deserve to be heard and to put an end to Brittany's bullshit. MorA said, pretty sure settlers aren't meaning the natives. Settler is basically colonizer. Everyone knew she was full of shit, LOL. And somebody else said, in a comment on another post, I had said I could comment on something because I didn't know if it were true or not. I retract that statement now. Thank you for posting these. And then Olivia said, look at how, oh wait, MorA tagged Olivia and said, look at how Native she is. She's so Native, it says settlers in the description. Won't let me look at replies. Somebody else tagged Jeremy Bomberry and said, not a % of Indigenous, LOL. And they said, Brittany Jones, she's running for president, LOL. I mean, do I think she'll get in? No, but stranger things have happened, LOL. Oh, shit, I was tagged here. Y'all, I just saw this for the first time in my life. I was tagged here, I didn't know that. August 2024. What was I doing then? I think that was between me, I was in between jobs at the moment in terms of I had quit. No. Well, I had worked at a PR firm and then quit that. And then I was working at a law office. That didn't go well either. And then, let's see. I was in between jobs, but I ended up working for corporate selling franchise units not long after all of that. But I think around August, I was probably trying to, that's when I was attempting to take legal action against my former employer. And I was like really involved with like the EEOC situation. Check my EEOC playlist for what I was going through at that time. So that's probably why I didn't see this. I was just so caught up in these other things that I probably just didn't notice, you know? Because honestly, like, with the way TikTok notifications work, like if I pull up TikTok notifications, it's gonna say you got 100+ notifications. Sometimes I'll just click on it. I don't fucking read all that. Fuck that shit. And I just keep going. I keep doom scrolling. So to be honest, I really do not check all my notifications. Not gonna lie. But yeah, I never saw this shit. So I wonder if I should DM MorA my playlist. Maybe I'll try that. Anyway, so I didn't realize I was tagged in this. I'm gonna need to save this link and come back to it. Maybe I'll go respond years later. You just respond with my YouTube. Okay, sorry. I'm saving that for later. Moving on. Next up. Next victim. Okay. So, here, the MorA posted in the description says, you keep taking down your lineage videos. Maybe because there is no lineage. You're not Patawomeck, you're white, European. And then Thrasher responded, haha, she blocked you on her live for asking how she's Patawomeck too. White people, man. White people. Now, to a point, I support this post in terms of she fucking blocked me for asking about her lineage, and she denies she's white. She's also a descendant like me who goes and calls other, and mind you guys, this is my dad, but her mother is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman who she claims she's native through. But anyway, so I do think that we've got different lived experiences to that regard, because I don't think she's got any lived experience with racism related to this shit. But she, fucking, so, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so she denies she's white, and then she's calling other people. If you're also the same type of lineage as her, where you're mostly European and you also have far distant native ancestry, she will sit there and say that you're a colonizer. But she then doesn't think she's white and claims she was raised indigenous, but her mother had no knowledge of them being indigenous until Brittany was in her mid-30s. You know what I'm saying? So how are you raised indigenous? She claims knowing other natives made her native. It does not, in my opinion. Because they didn't raise you, did they? Like, so, to a point, she makes statements that don't make sense to me and piss me off. And that's why I've said some similar rhetoric to that extent, where I'm like, none of that makes you Patawomeck. She talks about jingle dress dancing, that's fucking Anishinaabe, that's not Patawomeck. Type shit, you know, but, and I've talked about her having only European ancestors documented, being a descendant of Nathaniel Bacon, that's documented, etc. So, and I talked about her belief in her lying about the extent to which she's affiliated with the Patawomeck community. But it would be disrespectful to Bill Deyo to sit there and deny that he confirmed her far distant lineage. She's not enrolled, but is she a descendant? Yes. Can we call her a pretendian still based on certain actions? Yes. But can we do so without negating Bill Deyo? Hopefully. You know, I think there's got to be room in the middle. Okay. Now, here, my same criticisms, I think, basically stand for this whole fucking post here, so I'm not going to repeat all of that again. But just to tell you what the fuck this shit says, this is the post I've shown you guys before where Brittany was tagging her family. And one of it says, dude, I know it is a long stretch genealogically, but my 10th great-grandfather survived the Patawomeck massacre by the English when he was 16. He had children with a descendant of Pocahontas' sister. Now, he did have 2 wives during his life from what I have found. But if I end up being a distant descendant of Pocahontas' family, how amazing would that be? Now I have to find out which wife we come from. And then we got Brittany tagging her mom. It says, we are Patawomeck Indian from Virginia. William Redmond was a Patawomeck orphan taken in by the Redmond family. Now, I say this lightly given the circumstances back then. He is my 10th great-grandfather. And the overlay, it says, you're not Patawomeck Brittany over it. And we just addressed all of that. And I've had a lot of comments on these posts before, so I'm gonna try not to spiral on that, see the whole fucking playlist. But yeah, so these statements have gotten brought up quite a bit in my video. So yeah. They're showing it was posted 19 hours or so ago for them in 2023. I believe these posts were made in 2021, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see if there's anything else. Okay, after that in the video, it's showing the ethnicity estimates from that other post that she had made about her DNA, where she posted that she was fully European. Well, I don't know why that's doing that. Okay, here we go. So, this is responding to a comment where someone said, she didn't say she was Native. I don't get the point of this video, like, get a life, little buddy. And they replied, somebody was talking to Brittany Jones about some shit, and Brittany Jones responded, I'm Patawomeck Native. Thank you very much. Forced colonization is why my skin tone is so light. And mind you guys, if she were mostly Indigenous, you know, or like at least half Indigenous, like if it were like a half and half situation or some shit, you know, closer to that, then I'd kind of get it. Or if it was like she was mostly Indigenous, I'd kind of get that, where it's like they got far distant European ancestors because of the forced colonialism back then. But since then, they're only intermarried within the Native community, but she still came out light because of that. Then I would say that forced colonialism is why your skin tone would be light in that situation. But when we have mostly European ancestors and we are also descendants, forced colonialism isn't why our skin tone is light, it's why we have Native ancestry. You know what I'm saying? Forced colonialism is the only reason a lot of people that are mostly European descent with far distant Native ancestry have Native ancestors. Otherwise, there's more, like, you know what I mean? Our ancestors, like, yeah. So, she and I disagree on that perspective there, in my opinion. But I've talked about that before previously, too. I don't agree with her saying that. And I also feel that it's one thing in your own space, in your own place. If she was not running her political campaigns, trying to, or taking space in the media off of this identity, outside of her own social media platforms, because she is a valid descendant, according to Bill Deyo, as long as Bill Deyo is confirming that, then I would be like, whatever of her processing her identity, even if I disagree with it, like I would be like, whatever, it's her identity to process over time. and we need to be able to discuss who we are over time to process that. And I wouldn't care so much that she's out there trying to represent herself as a Patawomeck person if she wasn't someone that could influence other people related to that identity, then it wouldn't have as big of an impact, right, to me. So, but because of the way she runs her political campaigns for president and for governor off of Native identity, you know, while taking media interviews off of Native identity and doing speeches off of a Native identity, when it's not the lived experience I believe she has, that's what I believe is misrepresentation. And it's outside of the scope of processing your journey in your space, but now it's trying to it's trying to represent an identity you don't have, in my opinion, once it gets there. So, and because she's been doing that in her campaigns too, then her additional statements on social media personally become further evidence that back up what she's been saying and why people perceive her certain ways based on those campaigns. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. And that's all there is to this actual video. The description just says womp womp, and the caption, the comments says, this just showed up on my For You page, so I don't know the whole backstory, but I have a 3rd great grandmother that was Creek, but I don't go around saying I am. And they responded, which shows you're a respectful person who's not trying to exploit small numbered tribe. And Brandy said, I have learned so much from Indigenous community. People need to understand there's a difference between appreciation and appropriation. MorA responded, spot on, thank you. She's trying to run for president and using it as a crutch to gain votes. She's not enrolled and she can't because she's invalid. Well, I don't think that being a descendant means you're invalid. It just means you don't have the lived experience to represent what you don't have, what you haven't lived through. You know what I mean? But it's its own valid journey to be a descendant. It's just, you don't have to act like you have more of a Native identity than you do just because you're a descendant to think you're Native, in my opinion. You know what I mean? As long as you're not trying to speak over and misrepresent the Native community, and as long as you're allowing people with the lived experience to represent the community more. And like, there's a difference, because we all, under freedom of speech, I believe we should all have our own rights to express ourselves in our own space, our own platform. We all need that. We need to express ourselves. But there's a difference between you getting on your own fucking YouTube, your own Facebook, and bitching, versus you taking space in the media, on a podcast, etc., from someone else who could have actually represented it accurately, versus in your space you still have a chance to get corrected. And I don't know, but anyway, so, and you're not necessarily in charge of shit that could impact anybody if it's just in your own space, typically, usually, right? But anyway, okay, so the comments, it says, yeah, I just now realized who she was. No hate meant towards her, but this is harmful. Someone else said she's been fetishizing Native culture and harming people who aren't enrolled. She doesn't get any respect for her actions, you'll see. And Brandy said, Native, I'm a white girl with a very distant relative. That's it. Now, I think that also can depend on your community connection as well. And also, all of this can be up for each tribe, so tribal sovereignty should always be respected first and foremost. But so every tribe has different perspectives on who they would claim and why and how. But yeah, like, if you're not connected to the community, then I think it's probably a good thing to not go around claiming that if you don't have the desire to reconnect, if you're not trying to. But even if you have the desire, maybe you haven't done enough work, but you're trying to start that journey or some shit, I can understand wanting to claim all of your ancestors. There's nothing wrong with claiming all of your ancestors, to me, as long as you're being upfront about what that is. It's the way, in my opinion, that Brittany is not upfront that bothers me. But anyway, let's just keep going. So the description on this one, it says, you're not Patawomeck and get a say about selling white sage. It's okay if you do it, though, because you're a white woman with privilege, huh? Pretendians are extreme. I don't believe that white sage, to my knowledge, I don't think that we would have used white sage. I'm not entirely sure that it grew naturally within our region. We might have gotten it in trading. No. True white sage does not grow naturally in Virginia. There is a sage brush, but yeah, white sage is not, to my knowledge, a Powhatan or Patawomeck tradition, to my knowledge. And again, I'm a descendant, I could be wrong. But I got cousins that watch this shit, so they'll yell at me if I'm wrong, maybe, probably. But yeah, fucking. So, to my knowledge, yeah, so that would be cultural appropriation, and you know what I mean? It's not, no. I disagree with people who are not Potomac trying to say who is or is not Potomac. It's not your place, so y'all should stay out of it. Y'all should let the Powhatan and Potomac community fight about this, because it's our shit to fight about. But you know what I mean? I do see why people think she's not, based on things she has said and done, and I do agree that that cultural appropriation is some pretending ass shit. But yeah, so the comments here. Thrasher said, "Did she really put in the selling description, 'Yes, I am Native'?" And MorA responded, "Laughing my fucking ass off, she did." And Thrasher said, "Unreal, man, fucking unreal." And this is July 2023. Mind you guys, to my knowledge, at that point, she had not had her GedMatch DNA analysis confirmed. To my knowledge, I believe she got her GedMatch DNA analysis confirmed through Bill Deyo in October. Anything before then, to my knowledge, she did not have confirmation from the tribes of her lineage. But she was still selling white sage, claiming she was a Native woman, and that's not her identity. In terms of white sage would not be her culture to practice, is what I mean. And at that time, if you were not raised Indigenous and you only got GedMatch DNA analysis reviewed, how the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, what? So, and then someone tagged activists for agriculture. Go through this account's post, finding out just how big of a turd this lady is in real time. And they said, okay. And then someone else said, wow, the hypocrisy coming from her is suffocating. And somebody else tagged Jeremy Bomberry and said, this one's running for president, apparently. This person keeps tagging Jeremy a lot. Okay, let's see what the post is. I keep trying to move the wrong thing. Okay, so Brittany said, for me, expecting Indigenous to gift white sage is not okay. Expecting anything to be gifted is a terrible way to go about anything. This is from May 2nd, 2022. So much was already taken from our tribes. There is absolutely nothing wrong with selling white sage if ethically harvested. You are supporting an Indigenous business when you buy from an Indigenous person. It has never sat right with me that things are expected to be free when so much has already been taken. You're hurting Native-owned businesses with this expectation when you refuse to shop at one because they quote-unquote sell white sage. Okay, well, hold on. Oh, God damn it. So, what I need, though, is more proof that she actually sells whites. Oh, wait, hold on. Yes. Perfect. Okay. Not that was fucked up. But I was thinking just didn't have the proof. So I was like, y'all gotta show the fucking proof is what I was about to go on. And then I saw it was there and I was like, yeah, alright. Anyway, so here it shows Brittany and Jones. And they put on the overlay, it's okay to sell if you're a white woman though. And so Brittany Jones had said $6.50, not $7. And it's an item for sale, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But it says white sage, salvia piana, smudge sticks. Each sage smudge stick is hand-picked, dried, and carefully tied using only the highest quality California white sage. Our fragrant sage burns well and smells fantastic. The flowers are not fragrant, but add a vibrant. So yeah, it looks like she's selling right here white sage, which is not her cultural practice to do. And at the time she was selling this white sage, to my knowledge, she had only looked through GedMatch DNA analysis and seen the results, but at that time she had not yet gotten her lineage confirmed by the tribes. So she's claiming she's an indigenous person, in my opinion, based on the wording of this post. If that post is applying to her selling white sage, goddamn, I'm trying to take it back to the top. Okay. Then it looks like she's trying to claim that she is indigenous without having that cultural community connection. And that bothers me, personally. If I'm correct about that. But yeah. So, I don't believe I don't believe people should be selling white sage unless it's your culture to practice. And I don't believe people who just found out in 2023 through GedMatch DNA analysis from the tribal historian confirmation that they were actually Patawomeck connected. Because just seeing in GedMatch in 2021 is not the same as getting that connection in 2023 in order to begin your reconnection journey. And having a blonde hair, blue-eyed mother, just like my mom is a red hair woman with hazel eyes that shift from like green to brown, like that, you know what I mean? Like having a blonde hair, blue-eyed woman with far distant Native ancestry is not the same as if you are raised or perceived indigenous. And that's something she and I do not have value alignment on. She and I disagree on these contexts. But yeah, fucking yeah, that's just ridiculous. She should not be selling white sage, because what the fuck is that? So anyway, moving on. So the overlay for this video, it says not part of the LGBTQ in 2020, only when she decided to run for president. It says Brittany Jones is dishonest and manipulative, and it's showing, well, I'm just realizing now it's showing a picture of her family, so we're going to take that off. I'm out of it. I'm processing delayed. But yeah, however, she does keep using those, well, not that guy, I don't know who the fuck that is, but I have seen her use the kids in a lot of her political campaigns. So part of me is like, well, they're already out there, it's like you can't really stop it. And part of me is like really disagreeing with the way they're using this. And also it could be biphobic and panphobic, you know, like it is possible to be queer and you can be attracted to men, women, whatever your gender identity is, you know. So just because you're previously with a man doesn't mean you're not queer. So that, you know, I can't speak to. I don't know her gender identity. Did I say gender identity? I was thinking of that. I don't know her sexual identity. I don't know any of that. But I don't really care. I don't give a fuck personally. You know, just I'm not about to be biphobic or none of that over here either. I'm bi. I'm queer. I'm pan. I'm attracted to men, women. I don't give a fuck what your gender is. Next. Just because I'm with a man today don't mean I won't be with a woman tomorrow. Just kidding. You know. I like to commit. I commit. But okay, so moving on to description here. It says more videos of her false Native claims are to come. I know she wasn't a real veteran and wasn't married. How come you're running for president and your wife is somehow missing in China and yet you refuse to elaborate? You're full of shit, Brittany. I've never seen any evidence of this missing Chinese wife. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, most likely we got some posts coming up. There's more to that video. Okay, we'll come back to play the rest of that video. I don't know her military status, and I don't feel comfortable you know, saying she's not a real veteran if you don't have proof of that. I think you should get some proof first. Now, I think we can point out some statements she's made about why we believe she may be lying related to military claims, but we don't want to, you want to be very careful with what you say. When you're talking about people, you need to be able to prove it, because we've seen this is somebody who doesn't mind using legal action. So you need to be able to stand on every fucking thing you say in court of law, okay? But yeah, in my opinion. Okay, I don't know what the fuck they're referring to with dismissing Chinese wife situation at all, either. But the description, the comments sheet, it says, that's her son's father in the picture. She was already married to her wife in 2019, plus she's pansexual. Somebody else said, what explains her behavior harming the Native community? That's her own beef with the OP. Give me a damn good reason for her racism and fetishization. I don't understand this comment as a response to this one. Like, I don't understand where MorA is coming from as a response. So Nancy was the one who said the first thing and MorA said the second. So I don't know where the fuck MorA, like, it would be one thing if MorA, maybe I'm reading this out of order and MorA said that about something else, it would make sense as a response to. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with if MorA feels that way, but what I'm saying is I'm not understanding how MorA's comment here was a response to Nancy's. It didn't align to me. So maybe these are out of order. But next, Nancy says, I don't understand the anger. From what I see and understand, her platform is basically free to be you and me. Protection and rights to live as you are. She's only trying to show that she wants to secure and protect the rights of all of the groups and communities in this country that are the REPs, are the reps, I don't know, are working at, well, it's capitalized, but with it all REP, like all capitalized. At first I'm like, is this an acronym? Then I realized maybe representatives, I don't know. That the representatives are working at stripping their rights and freedoms away. That veterans deserve the help they need. She's against racism, not racist, all inclusive. Now, mind you guys, this is somebody who's culturally appropriated locks, who was called out for spreading white supremacist rhetoric against Indigenous community as it relates to the regions we now refer to as Nordic territory. She was called out for, well, I called her out for her statement related to MMIW. There's a lot of things she said and done that could easily be perceived as racist, in my opinion. So I'm gonna disagree with her right there. But anyway, it says all inclusive. It says she just wants a better America where I'm free to be Jewish and others are free to be pagan and Muslim and atheist and Christian, etc. Where people don't have to live in fear because of who they love or what they believe. That she's for the people, all the people. That's what I see. And then MorA said, you see what is not a reality. My page is all of her own words against her, showing her hypocrisy. How is she anti-racist whilst being very racist? I am not angry or indicating any feat of emotion. I am here to hold her accountable for her harmful behavior and her lying claims that are damaging. And then Nancy said, I'm sorry, I just don't see what you see. I watch her lives and engage with her on those lives. I see someone inclusive and wanting good for everyone. This is just a suggestion. Something you've seen or read has obviously really upset you. Why not email her or join one of her lives and ask her about the issue? Because she'll fucking block you and gaslight you. Anyway, and then it says, ask or discuss though, don't accuse. Because that's just going to be both of you on the defensive and it won't be productive. Just a suggestion. Okay, so when people are making claims without proof, I can understand why that type of vernacular would be the response. However, when people are making claims and they have the proof to back it up. So now, and mind you guys, this is a little bit messy with MorA. Then I think that rhetoric can be gaslighting. And I think MorA may be feeling gaslit here because he, in MorA's mind, MorA's posting all the proof. However, I think where MorA also posts some anti-Patawomeck, like, not necessarily anti-Patawomeck, but like the comments about Patawomeck tribe that can come off as discrediting Bill Deyo, etc. All of that is where I feel like, you know, some of the things MorA is saying, I feel it gets you in trouble with the Patawomeck community as to why this would not be heard. And so I think when people see some of those things, they're not then willing to look at the evidence, is what I've been saying, which is why we need to only do the evidence, not the other shit, right? But MorA has actually not been as bad about that as for example, PNW Jim. PNW Jim was really bad about that, or at least what I've seen so far, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? I'm processing here. It's all kind of getting lumped together. Sorry, guys. All right, let's keep going. So then MorA said, times tells all. Projecting that someone is upset negates the objective that someone may not be. Wool over eyes says it all. And you guys, I am upset. If you think I'm upset about this shit, you're not projecting. I am upset. And it's okay if you are upset about this shit. But anyway, Nancy said, I got the impression that you're upset. It is hard to tell what someone's tone is unless you're actually talking to them. So I apologize if I'm wrong. And MorA said, I am calm. My profile consists of her own words going against what she is trying to claim. I do not add or make anything else up. This person whose video I'm stitching is the one with the additional commentary. I stitch for more attention to the videos posted. This is something you'll need to talk to the OP about. I also did ask her about her lineage on a live and was given aggression and a block. That is why I'm piecing it together, because she will not answer questions the Native community has, and her already existing info contradicts what she claims. And I liked these responses better because I felt like they were more like I understood how they were replies to what Nancy said, you know? Okay, and then Nancy said, okay, she's live now. You should just pop in and ask her questions about what you read. I wish you well in any case. MorA said, I'm blocked. I was blocked initially for asking what tribe she claimed and asking questions about her alleged ancestor and the enrollment of the tribe. And Nancy said, I'll have to mention that to her so this can be cleared up. MorA said, there's enough evidence to show that she has no foundation she has to stand on. I do appreciate your facilitation, but I do not have respect for her. And Nancy said, and here we are, how many months later, and I finally blocked her. She actually didn't, oh wait, shit, okay, oh my god. So all of that was July 2023. Now here we are in March 2024. So Nancy is saying, and here we are, how many months later, and I've finally blocked her. She actually didn't block me. I tried over and over and over to point out the damage and perpetuation of hate toward my people she is contributing to, which she tried to talk her way out of, but then finally showed her true self in her posts and words in response to me. I will admit, as an outsider, I still didn't see what she'd done to your community because she continues to quote-unquote advocate or call out for rights for Indigenous people. But I can't truly know what's happened because of my lack of knowledge and the way she's portrayed her support of the Indigenous people of our country. At this point, I don't see her as having nearly enough support to even make a dent on the presidential candidates list, and just hope that is a fact and her name fades off as a potential candidate that couldn't get there. I totally respect your views and feelings. I'll continue to keep, oh, and then this goes back to, so those are from March 2024, and then it goes back to July 2023, where Nancy said, I totally respect your views and feelings. I'll continue to keep my eyes and ears open, but that's all I can do. I have actually watched or stuck around on her lives for a lot more than a few minutes. Only when people get out rude and making ridiculous comments does she mute them. I've never seen that happen because they disagree. Only when someone attacks and tries to spread misinformation. And then Nancy had also said nothing. I don't know what that was a response to, but she says she seems totally transparent. She has to answer the same questions over and over, and only when the trolls get out of control, she has, I guess that's when they're saying she meets them. I don't know. But then it says a lot more patience than I do. She'll get tired of the rudeness and bullshit, but other than that, she'll answer any legitimate question. She seems to have done her research. As far as her personal life, I think she's transparent about all of it, so people know she's going to fight for every group out there. And then Buggy said, so she isn't married to a woman, LOL. I heard a man in her live last night yelling at the kids. And then Mrs. Contos said, yes, Matt yells at the kids. One of her kids' dad's name is Matt too. I've seen how that can be confused. Neither Matt live with her. And then Ash the Oracle said, for real. Ash said, yeah, we had to do the carpets a lot, LOL. We had to get all new furniture. It took us a week or so to make it livable. Nancy said, my perspective. Nancy said, it isn't okay, but I personally haven't seen it. I'm sorry, still catching missed comments from you. If I do see that, of course it would change. She said, our responses are split up here. As I said, I respect your views and feelings, and I also wish you well. I hope the best candidate for our country wins. I can't control the way you see things. I see what's posted here. I've asked her about it. I believe her. They say tone you're using and say that you only hear what you want to hear from her words and automatically take them as lies, but you see things how you do. Nancy said, I do care and I do listen, but I also listen or read what people ask her and stick around to hear what she says. I don't see the lies. I could use on your responses it the way you want to hear it. I'm just reading what's in order. I don't know. It's like out of order. That was my point. I don't know what tone policing is, just pointing out the way you say I respond. I'm also still catching up. And then Nancy said, you said if I care to listen past what I want to believe. That's what I was responding to about tone. That would be like me saying you'll only hear. I don't know what else that's in relation to. Oh, hear it the way you want to hear it above her. Okay, my bad. And it says, go ask her. You don't have to take my word for it. Don't make assumptions and spread lies. Go ask her if you want to be decent about it. MorA said, we're still waiting for her proof being Patawomeck, Chickasaw, Choctaw, and the other tribes she claimed. It was Blackfoot. And Buggy Girl said, her campaign manager yells at her kids. Sure, Jan. And then Nancy said, that's her campaign manager. Why don't you go ask her instead of making assumptions and posting stuff that isn't true? She'll show you proof. And then Steven said, Spielgirth said, don't worry, no one has heard of her. MorA said she's trying to fit all of the boxes for it. BIPOC, LGBT, veteran, but yet sorry, itchy throat, but yet proves opposite of all of those claims. And MorA said, I am not the OP of this video, but does need to be shared. She deserves to owe the Native community an apology. And then Steven Spielberg said, sounds good to me. Over here in North Carolina, I think it's North Carolina, it says NC. Literally never heard of her. Sounds like a bad person from this stuff. And then, it says, I hope the Native community can see this and hold her accountable for her lies. And then Thrasher put, people who are jumping on here and getting mad at you and not the OP clearly have no idea the damage she's doing to the Native community. Okay, so then the other post on here. They're saying that she was kicked out of the military for not showing up. And they're saying Brittany Jones is dishonest and manipulative. When you look at the post, it's from March 15th, 2012. And on here it says, wow, if only a unit had accepted me in Illinois, I would not, and then it's blurred out. And it said I would still, then the rest it's blurred out. And it says, instead of, not blurred, but like covered, whatever, covered off. But it says, instead of fighting to get back, then it's covered. It says, I would still have my GI Bill that helps pay for college. I would still have my enlistment bonus instead of being told I owe the Army over $2,000. And all of this snowballed because I could not get a ride from a train station to a unit. More than one unit had this option in Illinois, so I got fucked. I don't understand how that would make sense. And then it says, but so one report said that she was kicked out wasn't kicked out. She left from when she got pregnant. Another report is claiming she was kicked out for not showing up. But I don't know. I think what evidence they would have of that. But yeah, anyway. The caption here, overlay, it says, she says she served 7 years in the Army. Here it clearly says she didn't last 90 days. Her words. Brittany Jones is dishonest and manipulative, is what they put. And then from January 2012, it shows a Facebook post, and it says, I will never regret joining the military. I love it, but right now I'm hating it and want to scream at someone. I did more than 90 days active duty time, and they are still saying I did not and won't give me my GI Bill benefits for school. This is going to get fixed today. Ah, shit. My bad. Didn't mean to show that. My bad. I forgot about that. Okay. So, there is more to see here. But I have not eaten yet today. And so I want to eat a sandwich real quick. So I'm going to go on another fucking breaky break. I'm gonna eat my sandwich real quick, and then we're gonna come back and we are going to bang out the rest of this. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for joining me today, and I will see you guys in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Okie dokie, bye. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. Alrighty, so next up, this next post, it's got an overlay that says you want a tribe you're not enrolled in to pay for your campaign. I don't know if Brittany actually wanted them to give money, you know. I mean, I'm sure she wouldn't have minded it, but I think what she wanted was like their endorsement or official acknowledgement of her as an Indigenous person is like what she seems to be going after, from my understanding, based on what she asked of me when she wanted me to endorse her for governor. But yeah, but the description, the post, it says, just reached out from Brittany Jones, November 19th, 2022. Just reached out to the Patawomeck Tribe of Virginia to ask for their support for my presidential campaign. I'm nervous because I'm not an official member of the tribe despite pruning the lineage, but would mean so much to me to have their support, especially since I want to actively discuss the disparities of the Indigenous people. So, she's put pruning the lineage. I don't know if that was a typo and she meant proving, or if she were typing on the phone and the phone will auto correct the words you type to another fucking word for some reason. But pruning the lineage is very alarming. Like, that wording just throws me off. I don't like it. That's literally why I'm afraid to do a GedMatch DNA analysis thing myself, because if you've ever seen the ads for like Genome and GedMatch and all of these things, they creep me out. They say shit like prune your family lineage tree to find your far distant ancestry type shit, and it freaks me out. I don't like it. What do you mean prune it? It's either there or it's not. What do you mean prune? What is the definition of prune? Pruning. Okay, so pruning is the selective removal of a specific part of a plant, such as branches, buds, or roots, to improve overall health, structure, and productivity. Beyond that, the term is used to describe the cutting back or trimming down of anything to make it cleaner, more efficient, or manageable. So in business and finance, this can mean trimming budget or reducing excess operating costs to optimize performance. In writing and editing, it means editing a text, manuscript, or email inbox to remove unnecessary information and improve clarity. In tech and mathematics, it's an algorithm used data or network pruning to remove unnecessary branches in decision trees or neural networks to speed up processing and reduce waste. Okay, so now we got that. Let's save that for later. I'll link that later. What does pruning family tree meaning? When you prune a family tree, that means you remove the incorrect branches or simplify complex family structures to make the tree more accurate or manageable. Okay, maybe it is like an actual thing done in genealogy. It's just the wording threw me off because of my bias against those ads that I've seen, you know, potentially. But it says, depending on the context, it can refer to fixing genealogical records, making family businesses easier to run, or intentionally distancing oneself from a toxic family dynamic. In genealogy and family research, pruning refers to deleting inaccurate or duplicate records from a family tree. The goal, it creates an accurate, healthier tree by removing fabricated stories, merging duplicates, and deleting branches that lack sufficient historical evidence. And it suggests using tools like Family Search. Okay, so I just think regardless of, you know, that, it's interesting that she would use those words, pruning the lineage here to me. But anyway, I don't know why that threw me off. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Under here, though, they put white privilege as an overlay. And the description for this post, it says, you cannot be enrolled because you do not have the lineage. You are a pretendian. And like I've been saying, to a point, I agree with a certain extent of calling her a pretendian because of shit she says and does. That's some pretendian ass shit. And to another point, we do have to acknowledge the GedMatch DNA confirmation as confirmed by Dill. Did I say Dill instead of Bill? I think I said Dill. I was thinking of Bill Deyo and I said Dill, like dill pickle. Anyway, moving on. So first, it's replaying where Brittany has said, I'm Patawomeck Native. That's why her skin tone was so light, that thing. And then they replay, I'm Powhatan and Patawomeck. I have quite a bit on my site. Oh, Lord. What is this site? Hold on. Let me see if it's still up. It looks like this site site is no longer in operation. I was trying to show you guys, but I accidentally put it into the wrong window. But it looks to me as if this site is no longer in operation. So that's unfortunate for all of us. But anyway, so we can't see if that is still up, but it looks like she's promoting a previous store, and it was called a metaphysical shop according to the metadata, a one-stop metaphysical shop. But yeah, and then the next post is when she claimed to be Choctaw, Blackfoot, or Chickasaw. I don't believe she's any of those tribes either. No, Patawomeck. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe it, guys. But as long as Bill Deyo is confirming, it's not my place to question Bill Deyo. I think we can talk shit about statements she's made in relation to the identity and discrepancies there. I think we can talk shit about the fact that it's not in Family Search or Ancestry, but we do have to acknowledge the confirmation of the GedMatch DNA analysis by Bill Deyo, and I think we cannot disrespect Bill Deyo, especially if you want anything to be done in relation to the discrepancies and things gone wrong. Anybody with authority in the Powhatan community, you do not want to be disrespecting Bill Deyo if you want them to listen to you, in my opinion. And that's just me as a descendant, but that's just me. Okay. Ah, fuck. Wrong button. Going back, I think we watched all of that, though. Yeah, that was pretty much it. Oh, god damn it. This has been crazy. Anyway, that was all for that post. I'm like burping. Let's look at the description. We see that? So they put, gotta catch them off, right? For the description. The comments, we got some laughing emoji. Somebody said, she reminds me of Rachel Dolezal. And I'm so glad that this buggy person put that, because I've said that, right? So it's not just me. And MorA said, truly, she's basically that version for the Native community. Her own words are her own downfall. And an evil Bucky put, nice job, you won. Here's $10,000. And MorA said, delightful. Okay, next post. So someone put, this is my new favorite account as a comment, and they put, thank you so much. Someone else put, and she wants to be president of the United States. So basically it's showing her with, like, I don't know if you want to call this red or orange. Let's go with a reddish orange, like face painting. It seems to be like a strip over her eyes with like black dots over her face. For makeup with like a, I don't even know what skull that is. Some type of skull, like a bird or some shit. It looks like a beak. I don't fucking know, man. With like feathers and a rose or some shit, a blonde wig and like all black. I don't know what the fuck she's going for. But they got this picture of her up. They like to make, people like to make fun of her looks a lot. Okay, and on the top half of her face, she chose to just basically make her forehead black. That is a choice. I don't know what we're going with here, though, what this aesthetic is supposed to be or what she's supposed to be doing. But they are making fun of her for this, and they're bringing back up the Grinch fingers. Yep, Grinch fingers. All right. So we've commented on that, the cultural appropriation here, the harm there. Yeah. Okay. So I guess this is just to make fun of her looks or whatever. But next up, they're bringing up a post. All right. So hold on. I'm going to read the description and the comments. Hold on. So, Brittany, it says, Ashton, whose wife was a daughter of Wahanganoche. John Grigsby lived on adjoining land to Chief Wahanganoche. John Grigsby's daughter, Mary, married John Neese, a grandson of Wahanganoche. John Grigsby's son, John and James married daughters of William Redmond, a grandson of Wahanganoche. The Redmond sisters would also have been descendants of Pocahontas through Catherine Elkins, Redmond's traditional first wife. Also, the will of Nathaniel Bryant clearly indicates a strong relationship to Mary, daughter of John Grigsby. Many of the Grigsby descendants have been referred to as having Indian blood. This is true, we know where it came from. We are fortunate that the close intermarriage between Patawomeck cousins over the centuries has given the descendants a continuing identity as Patawomeck people. It has also been a catalyst in the preservation of Patawomeck heritage and traditions. We are proud to be Patawomeck. Okay, here's my thing. So all Powhatan people have far distant ancestry. We are all related, like 10 generations ago. The same was true for every single white person in the United States almost, because a lot of white people in the United States who are here from colonialism, we all descend from the same colonizers that came here. So you go back to the 1600s, we all descend from the same white bitches, okay? A lot of us white people here, unless your family was a later settler, you are highly likely to be related to all the other white people here. For example, and like no matter where you are, based on history, you are highly likely to be related to a lot of people around you if you go back to enough generations. So it is a fact that all Powhatans are related. Now, there's a difference between sharing ancestry 10 generations ago versus fucking your first cousin, okay? Brittany, the way she words things, she says, we're fortunate that the close intermarriage between Patawomeck cousins over the centuries, it comes off as a little fucked up, incestuous, and not, in my opinion, an accurate reflection, technically, like necessarily of it, So I do believe that comes off as fetishization of those relationships. Now, in modern times, like, I just feel like, I don't know. So the story that she's referring to here, right? All of these ancestors are about 10 to 12 generations ago for me in my family tree. Well, not all of these are my ancestors, but some of them I have, like, Wahanganoche is one of my ancestors, and I have, so, through, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so, my thing is, Wahanganoche, he was murdered, and he was executed. And everything he did was to get his family to survive, which is why he even allowed his family to be married off to the English, because he believed that was his daughter's best chance at survival. And to be honest, he was correct, because shortly after he passed away, he was murdered. In 1666, we have the genocide against the Patawomeck tribe. And in that genocide, all of the men were killed, and the women were taken as quote-unquote wives, or they were kidnapped, or, used for other forms of work. And turned into slaves and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, this wasn't necessarily romance. These were business transactions for the survival. And the woman did not have a say, in my opinion. Once the genocide was done, women didn't have rights. Women didn't have a say. Women were under colonial rule. So a lot of her wording can come off to fantasize certain things. I don't know. Is it true in our far distant ancestry that there is intermarriage of certain relationships based on history tied to things like that? Yes. However, to me, it's like, you know, for example, people criticize Mohan Senegal when you look into the details of his relationships, but I kind of believe, like, he had already lived at a time where people were being kidnapped by the Spanish, through stories from Don Luis, etc. And, like, I think what he did was a response to colonizers coming to the land. And he was trying to build up a community to fight back, in my opinion. From what I can't speak to his intentions. Obviously, I wasn't there. I'm just a descendant. But every time I look at historical records of these events, that's what I just believe he was doing. Like, I would have to go on to way more evidence to go down that loophole, but whatever. That's just my belief. I don't know. So, I think that there are certain choices that they've made that could be perceived as problematic, or some things that were outside their control that you would look at as questionable in today's society. But where it comes from in our history comes from genocide, comes from responses and consequences of genocide and settler colonialism. It's, you know what I'm saying? And so the way she words it, I find concerning because it doesn't seem to acknowledge the gravity of some of that. But also, the description of this post here is problematic as well in a way too, where it says, why is forced incest relationship considered lucky? Oh wait, because natives, or as you call Indians, are just a fetish for you. Actually, you know what? Honestly, I thought it was gonna be. Actually, I judge a book by its cover. I think I processed it wrong to begin with. I actually agree with this description. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can see where they're coming from with that. But yeah. So, where did she use the word lucky at? Let me see so I can respond to that quote. I'm playing Marco Polo. Hold on. Oh, fortunate. Okay, she didn't use the word luck. She said we are fortunate that this, So that's whatever, close enough. Like, if you're lucky, then that's good fortune. So I guess it's like, whatever, close enough. But for her to say that this is that this close intermarriage is between cousins is the catalyst in preservation of Patawomeck heritage and traditions, that I also disagree with. Like, in a way, the point was to continue surviving, but on another way, this isn't the catalyst, the genocide, but then it's like, I just don't, I don't know, the way she worded it, I haven't processed it, because I've never processed that part before, but yeah. Now, where she uses the word Indian a lot of people in the Patawomeck community use that word a lot, especially the elders. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot of social issues to reflect on with the use of that word. If you're not Indigenous, you probably definitely shouldn't be using that word when it comes to referring to Native Americans. But when it comes to Native Americans identifying as Indian, I think, under this construct, if you don't identify as Indian, then they're not going to acknowledge your treaty. So, to a point, I think we do identify as Indian to that point for the safekeeping of our rights and for the context of which the American Indian identity was placed upon Native American community members, So, yeah, but I don't know, that's a whole different conversation. But anyway, let's just keep going. Like, there is some truth to the technical history of some of this, but also it's like it is what they're saying in the description true, that this is fetishization of the genocide. And the way she worded it comes off as if this is like Patamomecks are still just marrying their first, or just like still marrying distant cousins and marrying their first cousins or some shit. Like, I just don't get it. It's just like, I don't like the wording of it, but that's just me. Okay, so here we got someone about to speak. Let me make sure my live caption's on. Okay. My bad, it's muted. That's my bad. Okay, we're gonna take this from the top.
Hi everyone. I'm making this video to let everyone know that I no longer support Brittany Jones. Jones for President is no longer going to be having me on her lives, will no longer be coming into my lives, and I am completely unaffiliated with her. I found out some things that were disturbing, and I started looking into her campaign, and what I found I was not happy with, and it's not something that I want associated with me or my campaign. I'm wanting to run an honest, caring campaign. I want to be for the people, and I want to make sure that my constituents know that I am working for them, not against them. So I will no longer be affiliated with Brittany Jones for President. Hi everyone. I'm making this video.
Okay, so we didn't really get any details from this, just that this person's no longer associated. You know, something that rubs me the wrong way about how she talks and the way Brittany Jones talks, though, is where they like address people as their constituents and shit. But if you're not in charge of us, we're not your fucking constituent. You being a candidate doesn't make us your constituent yet. Shit like that. And I think candidates need to understand that treating voters as if you need to lead them is not what's going to make them think you need to lead them in a lot of cases. Now, there are some people obviously who were attracted to Brittany for that, but to me, I think part of the reason that y'all, like, you don't get the follow through is you have to be in the trenches with them, you know. People follow people who act as leaders, not who try to speak over others. There is a difference in a way. But I don't know shit about this person. I'm really more projecting the shit I have with Brittany onto something that she said. But whatever. But anyway, so people are saying, so what did she do? That's what I want to know. And someone else says she blocked everyone that posted about her and what she said. LOL, one illegal thing she does. I don't understand what that comment meant, but whatever. They said, pretty sure she is committing campaign fraud by using any money for personal use, federal crime. Well, she did report that she was giving herself a salary from those donations in the FEC website, as we've seen previously. So if that were illegal, then I feel the government has the evidence right there to do something with it if they look at it. Okay. So now this next description, it says, it's funny that you made a group and banned others for questioning you when you bring it upon yourself to call yourself all of these groups. Still waiting for your non-existent proof of being Patawomeck and the other 3 tribes you claimed. She's definitely, in my opinion, not Blackfoot, Chickasaw, or Choctaw, in my opinion, as far as I'm aware. To my knowledge, Bill Deyo did confirm Patawomeck ancestry through a GedMatch DNA analysis 2023. Okay. And someone said on here, I was in her live today and she blocked me because I called her a demon rat. Somebody else said that name is fitting. And then that person responded, and then I researched her on TikTok and came across all of this information about her. And they responded, yes, they lied. They said I said it toward Indigenous people, which I did not. I said demon rats for Democrats. Interesting. Yeah, calling her a demon rat. Yeah. And then her turning around being like, oh, you're calling Indigenous people demon rats. That tracks. That tracks with her. But anyway. So this shows where Brittany had invited somebody to the Witches and Pagans of the United States group, and at the time there was one member in there. If the invitation expires in 27 days, they typically expire in 30 days, which means this person would have received that invitation 3 days prior, which means in 3 days there's only one member into Brittany's group, which would be her. interesting in my opinion. Okay, so the about for this group, it says this group is for witches and pagans of the United States. You will not get banned for messaging a mod. You will not remove comments assuming that you are one culture or another based off of your looks. We do not support appropriation, bigotry, sexism, racism, etc. But we do support appreciation. We are not a white magic group. We are a mix. If you are offended by a post, scroll by. I am Patawomeck Native but white presenting, so judging or assuming someone's heritage by their looks will not be tolerated. Are you Native? Will not be weaponized in this group, etc. I look forward to seeing how we grow. So here she's making a group off of being Native. This is July 20th, 2023. To my knowledge, her GedMatch DNA analysis confirmation did not happen until October 2023. So if I'm correct, before she's even got it confirmed by the tribe that she's actually a descendant, she's here making a Facebook group off of the Patawomeck identity. I find that very interesting. And the way she says she's a Patawomeck Native but white presenting without clarifying the far distant ancestry or that she's mostly European, that kind of rubs me the wrong way, because there's a big difference when you actually have when you're actually connected to being Native, when you're raised Indigenous, when you actually do have mostly Native ancestors documented and you happen to be white presenting, you know, or when you have lived experiences where your Indigenous parent is perceived Indigenous, but your Indigenous brown father, for example, married a white woman and had kids with a white woman, so now you're mostly white. Fucking, that's a big difference than when your mother is blonde hair, blue eyes, and y'all never knew you were Native. You know what I mean? So something about the way she words all of these things as well throws off a lot of people who feel that she's not connected to the lived experience and the trauma of these issues, but that she utilizes the concept of these identities for fundraising and for social status in things such as, you know, building community, quote unquote. But anyway, moving on. So it looks like we just got a song in the background. So here it says from Brittany, April 21st, 2021. It says, this post is asking questions trying to understand how the hell this got this bad. I'm not speaking for anyone, but thinking critically about the situation, trying to get answers. To me, everyone was in the wrong but the parents and cops the most. The children should have never been allowed to escalate things this far. The cops should have announced themselves before firing. At least I'm honest enough with myself to say I wouldn't know what to do if I drove up to this situation. The new situation is so convoluted. She called the cops because a group came to jump her. They were mid-fight when the cops arrived. As an adult, I know to stay inside and wait for the cops. As a kid, I never fought, but my friends did. Micah's dad even pulled a knife once. It was 2 against 1. If the cops had been called, I would not have wanted him to be shot. Getting jumped can be deadly, but this has proven with children dying from blunt force trauma to the head, ruptured kidneys, livers, etc., so her life was in danger. She was defending herself, which is her right. The cop drove up not knowing someone who called and saw someone about to stab someone else. Is a gun the correct response? Was that cop being racist or literally just trying to save the other person's life? I don't know what exact situation that Brittany is commenting on because I'm ignorant to what this is about. But basically it looks like Brittany's trying to justify a cop potentially shooting somebody. So, yeah, that doesn't bode well for someone who claims to be anti-police, wanting to defund the police and against mass incarceration and shit like that. And like previously when she said, you know, like whenever in a presidential policies, she was asked if she supported a death campaign, and her response was only when there's actual evidence. But here she is admitting to she's asking questions, rather, not necessarily admitting. She's just asking questions to think critically, because she wouldn't know what to do. But she wanted to know if the cop was being racist or just trying to save the other person's life. If they were to kill somebody without due process. Yeah, because who needs the judicial system? Anyway, just something to think about. I can understand why she's being criticized for this one. I don't know the context of the post, but still, it's just like, maybe the cop should be trained on de-escalating the situation and de-arming people. And there should at least be proof of an attempt to de-arm before it escalates to killing, if that's ever the case. Because honestly, and then she's also claiming she believes you have the right to bear arms, but like I've been saying, in a world in which the police are legally allowed to shoot you because you have a weapon, then do you have the right to bear arms? You can't argue for the right to bear arms while arguing for the right to shoot someone for using those arms. So are you or are you not pro the right to bear arms, Dan? I'm just asking questions, thinking critically over here. Anyway, okay. Moving on. So, let's just watch what the fuck this shit says first. Shit, fuck it.
Cooper, being in the military skewed my views quite a bit. I actually used to be racist towards Muslims and people from the Middle East because of my military training. And I had to destructure and de-racify myself. Cooper.
Okay. So we played this before, but let's look at these comments on it. Basically, so description here, it says, when will you apologize to the Native community as well as the Middle Eastern community? I don't know what she did to the Middle Eastern community yet, but she did. So someone put some laughing emojis, and then Mrs. Contos put, this is what she was calling decolonizing before I came into her space. And then somebody said, we were not taught this in the military when I was in, and I went in right after 9/11. And Mrs. Contos said, Tad Joey Helpish, and says, needs to do his music magic with that de-racify, because it's a bop. And, yeah, they're making fun of the way she said de-racify, apparently. Oh, there's like, seems to be, oh, okay, those are responses for other videos. Never mind. I'm out of it. Alright. Let's go to the next one. So, here, it's just a post that says, daily reminder, Brittany Jones is not an Indigenous woman. And please go see my video on Descendians and Indigenous identity for my expanded thoughts on some of that. Okay. So the overlay on this one, it says Brittany Jones take accountability, and it's a duet with Women with Bows. Let's see. Does Women with Bows still have? Oh, this post seems to be up. From okay. Oh, interesting. We can see the comments here. So one of the comments, okay, so this is a, this next post that we're going to watch, MorA, aka lukashenkotato, duetted it with Woman with Bows. So there's no comments on the lukashenkotato version. On the Woman with Bows version that was tagged, and it now says Wojapi Tubles, which now I want some Wojapi. The comment says, I have to say I'm so disgusted with her and her behavior. Like the first time I saw her, I was instantly like, nope. And so let's watch the video from here.
Oh, Brittany Jones, Brittany Jones. There's so many things that I should say to this video, but the fact of the matter is that you said it all yourself. And the thing about the truth is that it always comes out. You're acting like this is all brand new stuff about somebody, and you just gave a whole story, a whole backstory of your situation, right, to everybody. None of this is new, but thank you for all the information that you just gave to all of us so that we could continue putting everything together, because that's what we do. We don't run on false BS. Oh, child.
I don't know if that counts as appropriation of AAVE or not, to be honest. But, and I don't know what this is in reference to. I was kind of hoping, because wasn't Woman with Bows or Woman Wear Bows, and the other creator, the sugar one, Mrs. Contos, I believe they were making some allegations against Brittany in some previous videos that we've seen. And so I was hoping that this one would have given us more expanded information about that, but I don't know if we really got that here. But whatever, let's keep going. Oh, here we go. Here's another one. Fuck it, let's just go ahead and play this shit. Fuck it.
Oh, Brittany, you must be like really worried about the truth coming out now, because you just did an entire video where I couldn't even reply back. So then I posted my own video, you know, replying to this shit show that you've created. And then you blocked me. You blocked me? You blocked me.
Okay, is this another person appropriating Loxto, or is that just me?
But I thought we were adults here. Thought I'm like spreading some narrative or something. It sounds like you're fucking terrified of the truth to come out. That's what it sounds like. So you block me? You're forgetting that we're like all across the United States.
If I don't know this person's ancestry, so if they descend from a culture in which that is their community culture thing to do, my bad. But yeah, so. But you can understand why I questioned off the top of my head, hopefully.
I don't need TikTok to spread bullshit, right? We actually go to the people. We're actually on the ground. We're actually in the communities. Did you forget that? I think you forgot.
So, 3 years ago, this is what people were telling her. In the past 1 or 2 years ago, that's what she's been telling everybody every time she has a problem. But she can't say that shit to me because I am someone who's going to protest and shit. I just don't use it in my content like that, right? Unless I have something to say about it, but I don't feel comfortable platforming, like, I don't feel comfortable using other people's trauma and using other people's social movements and organizing and hard work to then go, like, you know what I mean? So my documentation of that has been kept private, except for what I showed you guys where the newspaper had taken a picture of me, but I couldn't control that shit. Well, maybe I could have controlled my actions, but you know what I mean. But yeah, anyway, but yeah, so something about the way they're using that, I'm like, wow, now that's what she's doing to others. So this is where she kind of got that behavior from. And if this rhetoric is a response to some shit that Brittany Jones said, I understand where it's coming from. But one of the reasons I don't like it is because, another thing that Brittany Jones and Tajuana Thomas have in common. Okay, yeah, shit. Yeah, this is back on Brittany Jones and Tajuana Thomas. I can't believe I didn't add this in my prior comparison of them. Both of them weaponize protest to act as if that gives them an indigenous identity. And I believe a new thing we're seeing with protest tourism is when white people show up to protest and act like, oh, now they're native because they came to protest, or now they can speak over or for native people because they went to a protest one time or some shit. You know what I mean? That's something I'm seeing a problem with. I don't really agree with it. I don't know about you. But yeah, so that's another reason, like, I believe white people are getting there partly from rhetoric like this. I think it can contribute to that. In my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, but that's just like, anyway, okay, keep going.
That because you think that this just ends because you blocked me on TikTok. That just means that you're a coward and that you're a liar. That's what it means. Brittany Jones for president 2024. You're a liar just like the rest of them. You really blocked me though. That's crazy. How you gonna make a whole long ass video to me and then block me? What is happening?
That's how I felt when she was sending me those fucking voice messages and messages in Facebook and shit, and then blocking me. Like, bitch, fuck you, come here.
What? Bro, like, I can't even. This is wild. This is wild. Ain't nobody voted for you. They're not. Your lies came out. The lies always come to the truth. We tried to tell you this. Try to tell everybody this. You can't just lie anymore. The truth is always coming out. So it doesn't matter if you block me on TikTok or not. Crazy, girl. Crazy, crazy. Have a great day. Oh, Brittany, you must be like...
Okay, so I still didn't get any details. I was really hoping for some of those. But yeah, anyway, so this just says Brittany Jones needs to take accountability, and it says she's a coward, LOL. It says big surprise. Now, when it comes to videos like these, I understand where just personally you end up making, you know, some type of video on this level because you're just expressing yourself, you're venting, you're not here to show resources and sources, you're just here to express yourself and vent and bitch, right? But what it's also true, I believe, is because a lot of people that could actually do something about Brittany Jones, in my opinion, in relation to her claiming Native identity, have to go through so much of posts like that where it's not someone actually articulating the issue, but just kind of insulting her, even if for valid reasons. If they don't understand why she's being insulted and things like that, they're not seeing the problem. They're just seeing you mad. You know what I'm saying? So we have to use comfortability politics and social niceties to hope they listen to us. You know what I mean? And then to me, it's not about tone policing, or I don't think you have a right to be angry, and I don't think we should be able to express ourselves when we're angry, and that we shouldn't still be heard. But it's more of like, because we're so angry, if you're so angry that you cannot articulate why, and you're not showing the evidence, etc., they're not able to understand the root cause. So instead, they're just looking at you, insulting her, and they're seeing her as the victim and you as the aggressor. Because in my opinion, she uses Darvo. She denies, then she attacks those who are calling out, and she tries to reverse the role of victim and offender to act as if she did nothing wrong. She's the victim, and everybody just hates little old her. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm referring to. Okay, but with Tajuana and Brittany Jones, yeah, they both use the they both use protesting, man, too. But all right, did we just watch this one?
Really worried about...
Yeah, we just watched this one. Okay, so the comments, they said she's a coward. They said big surprise, and they said Brittany Jones need to take accountability in the description. But again, y'all need to put what she needs to take accountability for and things like that when y'all say things like this, in my opinion, because when people see things on face value without the rest of the context, they just see you as shit talkers, is what I'm afraid of. Anyway, so it looks like this is just a replay of her saying she was racist in the military or whatever. And the overlay, it says, "You are still in your white privilege. You are still in it, shaking my fucking head." I'm not going to replay that, though. But it's woman with bows do wedding. And in the description, it says, "White woman trying to claim she's black, indigenous, person of color." And someone else commented, "Brittany is so deep in her white privilege, it's disgusting." Now, I do believe it's a fact that she is a white woman. There's nothing wrong with being a white woman. But, yeah, I can understand criticisms with her claims of being indigenous, and also it is true that Bill Deyo did confirm her indigeneity through a GedMatch DNA analysis in 2023. Okay, moving on. So now this post comes from Odin Skoden, is what is the username over this post, but from the duvet. But this, I forget, is this Tblubear? I don't think this is Odin Skoden. This is someone else, but I'm not entirely sure who this person is. I think it's Tblubear, but I could be wrong about that. So sorry. But anyway, we're just going to hit play on this now.
Brittany Jones wants to convince you that she's what's best for the Indigenous community. She is not what's best for the Indigenous community. If she makes it to become president, she plans on putting her snag in place of Deb Haaland. Don't let Brittany Jones get on the ballot. She's a fraud and a scam. She has hurt many Indigenous people and many people of color.
Thank you.
Brittany Jones is no good.
Okay, now it's going into some music in the background here, and it's showing the post here where she was saying that she reached out to the Patawomeck tribe to ask them for the support or whatever. And then it's showing reposting the intermarriage cousin post. And then let's see. And they're reposting the witch and pagan group she did that says she's a Patawomeck Native. And mind you guys, those screenshots were posted before she ever had her lineage confirmed from Bill Deyo. And you're also showing posts from whenever she was selling white sage, and that's not something that would be of her culture to do, so it is cultural appropriation in my opinion, potentially. And she was doing this claiming that she's Native before she ever got her DNA reviewed and confirmed by a tribal historian, because she was selling sage claiming she was Native in 2022. And then they're showing again her post from when she was showing a GedMatch DNA analysis claiming she was fully European before. Yeah. And then again, where she's claiming to be Patawomeck Native and not clarifying that she's just a descendant, etc., you know, or anything. But yeah. And she says she's Powhatan and Patawomeck and has quite a bit on her site for a metaphysical shop. In my opinion, it comes off as pan-indigeneity and profiting off of this pan-indigenous concept, potentially. And here is, again, they're reposting where she was trying to claim to be Chickasaw, Choctaw, or Blackfoot. And I've criticized her for that as well. And they're also, again, reposting the statement she made about being a descendant of Pocahontas and William Redmond, etc. Okay. Next up, this is a duet with Woman with Bows. Oh shit, was that who was speaking before? That's my bad, y'all. But it says, I'm going to be reposting her DNA again since she won't own up and admit she's just a white European with no indigenous lineage. So, if the DNA that MorA or Luca is showing is true, that would also make sense as to why only European ancestors are documented in family search and ancestry for her. But then it would not make sense as to why Bill Deyo confirmed her GedMatch analysis unless he was sent something else, right? So I don't know what she sent him or which one of these DNA tests that have gone around are the true one, you know, because none of what was made public would make sense to me for what Bill Deyo would potentially confirm, you know, so that I don't know what the fuck he's confirming based on what she had posted publicly. But anyway, so I don't agree with disrespecting Bill Deyo's confirmation, but I do understand why people question the DNA based on all the different ones that went around, so many other reasons. But Mrs. Conto said, you are more than welcome to take clips from my friend's only videos to expose her to. And MorA said, thank you very much. Okay. So let's see what this post says.
Aggressions and decolonizing, because
my bad, it was muted. Okay, that's my bad, this shit was muted, so I'm gonna try it again.
I am going to be doing a series of videos on fake allyship, microaggressions, and decolonizing, because there's some things going on right now and have been in the past. I'm going to be drawing from my own personal experience and my own personal journey, and things going on right now where conveniently now I'm the white woman, not a reconnecting Indigenous woman. So it's going to be an interesting series. They're going to be shorter videos, and I hope that you guys can learn something and learn what not to do as an ally, because this is ridiculous. And it's time for us to come together and stop fighting each other. Hey,
damn it, I just realized I was muted the whole time. But I was basically saying this is Brittany's voice in the background. We have I keep saying Tblubear. Is that the same person as Woman Orbos? I don't know. But we have this person reacting to Brittany Jones basically saying that she's going to do decolonizing videos and shit to help white people decolonize. Like, what? And mind you guys, Brittany Jones at this point had barely gotten her lineage confirmed. Like, barely scratching the surface of just beginning to reconnect. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Alright, let's keep going. We're gonna go to the next one. This is another duet with Woman with Bows. And Tampa's watching said, and where are her kids? And, you know, I don't know what the context of that comment is, though, so let's just watch the video. Oh, but the overlay, it says, Brittany Jones is not Native American. Her ethnicity is public. Where is her Chinese wife? Where is the campaign money going? Brittany Jones is white and privileged. I don't know why they keep asking about the wife, though, but, you know, I was curious about that.
Brittany Jones is no presidential candidate. Brittany Jones is no veteran. Brittany Jones is no friend to the Indigenous community. Brittany Jones is a fraud and a scam. Brittany Jones says that she's veteran, but she didn't even serve 90 days active duty. She says that she's married to a Chinese woman who was missing, but all of a sudden was found. But where is this wife? She spends her time saying she's campaigning when really she's just partying with her campaign team. Brittany Jones has hurt Indigenous people, Indigenous women, and has failed to pay her black employees. Vote no for Brittany Jones. We don't need another scammer as president. Brittany Jones is no presidential candidate.
So, my thing is, because, like, I understand if you posted proof of these things before and you don't feel like posting it again. Oh, goddamn it, I accidentally scrolled up. So, whatever. Okay. I understand if you posted proof of these things before and you don't feel like posting proof again, whatever, because you'll never get somewhere new sometimes with that if you keep having to repost what the fuck you've already shown. But because many people may only just be seeing her, for example, talk without knowing any evidence for any of these claims, that's another reason I don't think people are taken seriously with Brittany Jones, because a lot of these statements that come out, there's no evidence for. So if we stick to showing evidence with the statements, that's how you might get, hopefully one day, some traction within authority figures within the Powhatan community, hopefully. But yeah. But so I'm not going to replay this yet again, but they're showing the woman with bows. I thought it was Tblubear. Is that the same person? I don't know. Okay. So they're reposting the interview where this person's saying don't vote for Brittany Jones for president. And I'm not going to replay that again, but the description here, it just says she silences Indigenous woman. Moving on.
Brittany.
Okay, let me make sure my caption is showing up, because I don't know why it's like not working all of a sudden, but whatever.
Brittany Jones claims to be an Indigenous woman while actively bullying, harassing, and stalking Indigenous women. When will this stop? If you have been bullied, harassed, stalked, or humiliated by Brittany Jones, the candidate for presidency, please write us, let us know, so we can put these things together and put it into this once and for all. Brittany Jones claims to be...
Okay, and then Top is Watching had posted, the Tribal Alliance Against Frauds agrees, let us know too. Okay. And so they're reposting the post she had made where she claimed she was fully European before. And the description for this one, it says, just a reminder, this is the Brittany Jones actively sharing her DNA results in a group on Facebook. She is not Native American and she is not Patawomeck. She is not Indigenous. All of these numbers add up to 100%. How are you mostly Welsh and automatically Native American with claims of at least 6 tribes? Oh shit, they tagged me on this one too. My bad, I didn't see that. Okay. Oh shit, I'm gonna reply to that one too later. Fuck. Sorry, I'm just pulling that up to save later. Okay, so someone said, I can't believe I thought a native lesbian pagan witch was actually trying to run for president. Is TikTok burying this too? They said, MorA said, I feel like this is being hidden from the algorithm and needs to be shared, so unfortunately that's a possibility. Someone else said, report this to Jay Keeler, LOL. I think that's the person that called out Buffy St. Marie, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let's keep going. So, here on the it's like a reply to a comment. And the comment says, and she stays over there on her account calling the woman with bows trolls. So much for supporting the indigenous community, huh, Jones? Okay, and I'm gonna mute and hit play here. My bad, it's muted, so let me unmute that, do the thingy here.
That she's still like over there talking about us, but she blocked me as soon as I made a video back to her. Like, why keep talking about us if you don't want to, if she doesn't want to have an actual conversation? If you saw that other video, she was like, let's talk like adults, right? And then she blocked me because that's real adult-like. Brittany Jones is a fraud. We all know. Everybody knows. She knows, and that's why she's terrified and blocked us all. I think it's really funny that she's still like...
Okie dokie. And now let's keep going up here. So, the overlay says, I thought you were Indigenous, Brittany. And it shows Brittany Jones for 2024, and it says, which president? It says, elect the first witch president. So yeah. And the description says, being a witch doesn't give you the right to use two-spirit as your word. And then they said, well, she's claiming to be two-spirit because I told her that's not okay months ago. I also told her to stop putting two-spirit before LGBTQ because the L comes first for a reason. She's not listening. Oh, shit. Yeah. So the description on this next video says, just take accountability. The comment here says, she also blocks anybody asking questions, but she's always live, you guys. Go screen record. And then the overlay says, TikTok took down my video. Open book until Indigenous women ask you about your tribes or disagree with you. You delete videos that people disagree with you on. Let's see what Brittany says here.
One, clarifying what I meant, and I apologize for any confusion. I did not mean to cause any harm. If you have any questions, feel free to inbox me. I'm an open book. TikTok will make one clarifying what I meant, and I apologize.
Okay, now let's move on. They're replaying that Woman with Bows news report, don't vote for Brittany post. And they're showing again, it says, daily reminder that Brittany Jones is a pretendian. Her DNA results show settler on it. Settler does not mean indigenous. She is harming Native women by her actions. So, it is true that she said and done some pretendian ass shit, and it's also true that Bill Deyo confirmed through GedMatch DNA analysis that she is a descendian, and it's also true that she has no Native ancestors documented in Family Search or Ancestry. Okay.
Whoa.
And so, we've covered this post before, but basically, she's showing the Pocahontas. They're showing those posts that we've read about her being a descendant of Pocahontas. And it says the fetishization of distant adopted ancestors to speak over indigenous people and tokenize while running for president isn't it. And then the captions say, every white woman with a dream catcher is fixing to tell you how she's either Cherokee or related to Pocahontas, no exceptions. And to a point with this, with that comment, I agree in terms of, you know, Pocahontas is often used as people claim they're a descendant of Pocahontas and they're not. We see that all the fucking time. All the time. So, I understand why people say that, and to that extent, you know, I do agree with that. Like, people like to, you know, claim their great grandma was a Cherokee princess or they're a descendant of Pocahontas, and they're really not. But it's also true that Pocahontas really does have a lot of living descendants that really are here. A lot of relatives. All Powhatans are related to Pocahontas. Pocahontas does have living descendants that are still here. And so, you know, both can be true there. A lot of people discredit descendants of Pocahontas because so many people claim they're a descendant of Pocahontas and they're really not, that then actual descendants of Pocahontas get discredited. You know what I'm saying? But my lineage has been confirmed by a Patawomeck tribal historian. My lineage was sent also and reviewed with the Manapana enrollment office. So, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can either respect what Powhatan people say about Powhatan history, Pocahontas is Powhatan, or not, right? But, so if people are discrediting actual Powhatans on who a descendant of Pocahontas is, then fuck them. They can suck my fucking dick. But that's not what this person was doing in that comment. I'm projecting that from my own bias, from situations I've had experience with. But it is true what this person is saying, that a lot of people claim to be descendant of Pocahontas, and they are not descendant of Pocahontas. But my father is. Mrs. Contos said, this page has more public documentation than I do. And someone else said, shared. I need to open my Sprite. I keep picking it up. It's not even open. Whatever. But yeah. So, they're reposting where she said she was going to reach out to the Patawomeck tribe for support, and they said, if you reached out a year ago, where is your tribe support? But yeah.
When I tell you this.
Okay, so this next one, the description says, we're definitely related a lot, quote unquote. I've seen so many people make up their own emails, and I suspect Bill is just a character she's created to validate her incorrect claims. Even if she was a William Redmond descendant, which she isn't, the lineage needs to be closer to modern time by a few decades and matrilineal, which this is not. Okay, obviously, you can, a quick search into Bill Deyo will show you he is a tribal historian emeritus. It's not something that Brittany just made up. Now, I did wonder if she made up certain emails he sent, but he confirmed himself to me that he did confirm her DNA. So, yeah. And this right here, where y'all are disrespecting Bill Deyo, disrespecting actual Powhatan people, you're not gonna get people in authority positions in Powhatan community to listen to you this way. Bill Deyo is extremely respected. He has done so much work to not only preserve and maintain the history of the Patawomeck tribe, but also all Powhatan tribes for the history, the language, the culture. You know, so to discredit that is going to piss a lot of Powhatan people off if they see anything like this, before they even see your evidence, they're already triggered and annoyed by you. You know what I mean? So these are the types of statements where y'all gotta cut that shit out. If you want to just keep trolling Brittany, be my guest. If you want people with authority in Powhatan community to actually fucking listen to you, in my opinion, this is the shit you need to cut out to make that happen. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, alright, so Bill Deyo claims that he confirmed through the GedMatch DNA analysis she is a descendant. So it's not my place to question or disrespect Bill Deyo. I do have questions though, because it's not in family search or ancestry, but I've also discussed many reasons as to why that could be in previous streams. We're not going back here again. Anyway, but Mrs. Contos put, she even stated her mom doesn't remember the claims of powwows. A tribal person would remember that. Okay, here's what I don't understand. If that is true, so she told me that what gave her an indigenous childhood was her mother's being in the Native Student Association and taking her to powwows. So how would her mother not remember that? What the fuck you mean her mother didn't remember college? How much drugs was she on then? Like, what? Like, not saying that her mother is a drug addict, just going with the social norm of doing drugs in college trope. But, like, because I took my fair share of mushrooms and acid in college. Who hasn't? Anyway, so this whole thing where it's like, yeah, a tribal person would remember if they went to powwow, though. Like, that's crazy. But the description on this post that they're commenting on, Brittany had posted as a caption. It says, as a small child, I was involved in the community here on the West Coast in Eugene, Oregon. I was even learning the jingle dress dance and had fabric picked out for my regalia. At one point, that connection stopped, and as a child, I didn't really have much control over that. I found my connection to the Patawomeck of Virginia in June 2021. I spent hours on my family tree on Ancestry, hours cross-referencing, just searching my family history, and bam, there was my ancestor, William Redmond. That doesn't make sense, though, because whenever I looked through her mother's public ancestry profile, I couldn't find that. Like, I could only find on the GedMatch DNA analysis confirmation from Bill Deyo, but I didn't find anything on Ancestry or Family Search, so I'm very confused as to why that's not still documented. And if you had found that before and someone was taking it down, like, why aren't you like, I would have put it back up and seen it. I don't know, but yeah. So that's interesting to me. But yeah, so 2021 is when she realized she may have a distant Native ancestor, and 2023 is when she got that genealogy confirmed with Bill Deyo, to my knowledge. I don't understand. Like, I understand how you can have have a connection to your family, and then an event happens and you're no longer connected to your family, and then you reconnect with your family, right? But what I don't understand is how, if you maintain connection with your mom, how were you one day Indigenous and then you were not, and then you decided to be Indigenous again? That I don't get. You can't just pick and choose your identity and when that is. You know what I mean? I'm having a hard time with all that. But I also have criticized her because I don't believe that knowing her mom, knowing other natives when she was a kid, just means that now she was raised Indigenous or had this, like, connection. Okay, it's one thing to, so when you are outside of this discussion, if you're talking broadly about being connected to another person, it is common to say that you're connected to someone in terms of knowing them or having some form of relationship with them. But in Indigenous community, when you talk about connection, that typically translates to what is your role, what is your proximity, what is your involvement in the community, and how much lived experience do you have with these issues, right? And she is not understanding the difference. Outside of the social context of Indigenous community, having connected with someone is binary. Either you knew them or you didn't, to a degree, right? But in Indigenous community, it's a spectrum. It's not yes or no. There's levels to it. It's like an onion. This shit has layers. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I'm making sense. But yeah, in my opinion. So I feel that, there's a lot here, but we've gone all over all of that before, so we're just going to keep going. So here, okay, Thrasher said, why is there multiple posts showing your DNA as being a settler of Virginia and fully European, no Indigenous? And that is the post she posted in that witch group about wanting to find witch spells. We have seen that DNA analysis gone over a few different times. It was posted at least twice, maybe 3 times so far in this live stream. And it's also in the very first video I ever did of her, I believe, where, she had posted that. And I'll make sure it's time-stamped. And so here she responds, I would like to see those posts, LOL. Again, gaslighting. She always does this. She will post something or say something. There will be proof for it. You'll call her out on what there is proof for her having said or done. And she would be like, I would like to see proof I ever did that. And then you'll show her the proof and she's still going to deny she fucking did the damn thing. Or she will gaslight or just move on. It just pisses me off the way she responds. But anyway, she said, I also have 10% South American Indigenous DNA Still Turtle Island. I'll post my results on my Facebook page. And then she said, now William Redmond, my ancestor, was quote-unquote taken in by settlers in Virginia after the 1666 massacre. Many of the Patawomeck have settler DNA as, and I don't know if it's going to show the rest, as well. The Patawomeck is a tribe in Virginia. I'm a descendant of William Redmond. The way she talks about it, though, she acts as if she's like mostly native with just a little European ancestry. She doesn't acknowledge how she's mostly European. She has no native ancestors documented in her family tree on Family Searcher Ancestry. And it's like, publicly, anyway, and it's like, yeah. So to that extent, she doesn't acknowledge the white privilege she's got socially. She, you know what I mean? Or she claims she acknowledges it, but her statements are words as if that is not what's being acknowledged, in my opinion. But then Thrasher said it's hard to see them when you have everyone blocked.
What?
In terms of the Facebook post about her DNA, she said she was going to post. But yeah. And to be honest, I know I've said before that I believe she did have connections to Mexico with her father's ancestry, but it wouldn't surprise me if because I could only find European ancestors documented, so it wouldn't surprise me if that went one way or another with her having or not having Southern Indigenous ancestry. But I don't know the truth to that. I can't speak to that. I can only speak to the other things I've seen. But anyway, the description said she already submitted it. I guess they mean the DNA test. And it said there's no 10% and her DNA already shows that she's a settler to the land she claims she's indigenous to. It's already been posted on my profile. Okay. And let's keep going. Oh wait, clicking the wrong damn thing.
I like those, man.
So they said, quote unquote, Bill is probably her emailing herself. Where are the credentials? Bill is a tribal historian emeritus. That is the credential. You clearly didn't do your research into Bill. Disrespecting Bill will get you nowhere when it comes to being heard in Powhatan community with the people that could actually do anything, in my opinion, to stop Brittany when it comes to the way she uses Patawomeck and Powhatan identity. Anyway, but they say, Thrasher said, why is there multiple posts showing your DNA as being a settler of Virginia and fully European, indigenous? And Brittany said, and this post also literally shows me related to an enrolled member of the Patawomeck Nation. And Thrasher said, a random guy named Bill on the source of Trust Me, Bro. Mind you guys, Bill is tribal historian emeritus of the Patawomeck tribe. If someone having previously been on the goddamn tribal council isn't enough of a source for you guys of being accredited with the tribe, I don't know what the fuck is. But anyway, the rest of this says, oh, why am I trying to drink this still? Shit. Oh, fuck it. God damn it. I skipped those pictures. Captions. Okay. So Brittany had said, also, I will not feed into the drama. My receipts are posted and will post more gladly. They can try to tear me down all they want. Okay. And it looks like that's all there is to see here that we haven't read before. Anyway. So Bill put, I mean not Bill, MorA put in the description, if you're saying we're definitely related a lot in an email, it's 99.9% likely you're emailing yourself, LOL. Who the fuck is Bill and his credentials? Laughing my ass off. I don't know why I have caps lock, but whatever, fuck it. So Bill Deyo is a tribal historian. And he's really, he's renowned for his work on history and genealogy. He's done a lot of work on the research of the lineage related to Pocahontas. He knows a lot of the history. So yeah, he has written a book on Pocahontas and Cocoon. Actually, I need to go through and buy all these books. But, so, he has books. Y'all should read his books if you have any questions about the Patawomeck tribe and about our history. He has a bunch of books on it you can purchase, read, and everything. And you can also contact him, and I believe you may be able to even hire him, if I'm not mistaken, to help you with your genealogy if that is something that you need help with. But he has, if you need to contact him, his information is available. His website's available. His email's available online if you need to contact him. If you go to the Patawomeck Indian Tribe of Virginia site, I do believe he is on the Tribal Council Emeritus, William Naialdeo Historian Emeritus. He's literally on the tribal website. So, yeah, if you respect tribal sovereignty, then you would respect the tribe's opinions. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So anyway, he has credentials. He's Patawomeck, that's credential number 1. He's Tribal Historian Emeritus, credential number 2. You know what I'm saying? So, Tribal Council, tribe recognizes him. He used to be an influential. It's no longer his role now because it's now the current tribal historian's role, but he used to be someone that was extremely influential on helping determine whether or not someone should even be enrolled to the Patawomeck tribe. So, to discredit that is just wild to me. So yeah, now they are reposting the DNA, and it is a duet with, but the sound isn't available, but it is a duet with James, but it's just a repost of the DNA post where they were showing that she has no Native ancestors documented from when she posted that in the witch group or whatever. And it says, Brittany Jones is fraudulent. She recently uploaded more DNA proof from GedMatch without her name involved, and it looks more like a spreadsheet. On top of her claims, she added Ojibwe, Cree, and Pima. She's trying to collect them all. And that was debunked as well. And I think that's what she was claiming she shared the wrong DNA from. I don't know. But yeah. Okay. So, it says, the description here, it says, first off, the video starts off with a stroke. Second, European Indigenous. Are you going to claim Sami next? Oh, see my last video about that. It says, looks like you're at least 10 plus tribe claims now. Which is it, Brittany? And so let's look at what this video is. Oh, my bad. I thought there was going to be some sound in the background, but it's just music. Okay. Anyway, but they're just showing some of the previous DNA test results and shit that we just talked about or whatever that have already been debunked, in my opinion. But yeah, so they were showing where she claims to be like all of these other different tribes, right? And here they're showing comments that Brittany left, where she says, and on another note, I was asked about my Indigenous heritage. I responded. Then I was accused of lying, and so I'm providing proof. My platform is not built off of my heritage. When I speak of my heritage or my marriage, etc., I'm saying who I am on a personal level. I feel like she does build her platform off of being Indigenous, in my opinion. She literally, every single interview she's ever given, in my opinion, she mentions being Indigenous. So why are you doing that then? So anyway, then Brittany says, also, as a disclaimer, I have never denied my European Indigenous heritage either. I love all parts of myself. And that's funny though, because she said to me that she was not raised white. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna see all this shit. Okay. What did she say? Yeah, here she was saying she was not raised white. she said, I was not raised white. I was raised in the Indigenous community until I was about 7. And then when I criticized her for that, she said, I don't publicly say I wasn't raised white. I'm smarter than that, LOL. And then now here she's saying, I have never denied my European Indigenous heritage either. I love all parts of myself. But here you just said, I don't publicly say I wasn't raised white. I'm smarter than that, LOL. Because before that, I had criticized you and you had said, I was not raised white. I was raised in the Indigenous community. And I don't understand how you were raised in the Indigenous community if Indigenous people did not raise you. And you know what I mean? And there's a big difference between happening to be a descendant who does not know it versus reconnecting and being Indigenous. We were talking about lived experience and shit. Okay. And then it shows another post where Brittany had made in the description of it. It says, am I Indigenous to Turtle Island? Short answer is yes, I am. The longer answer is that I am a descendant of the Indigenous nations of Turtle Island with various points. Not included in these charts is the kind of Wakeman and Clovis people DNA that I also share. Not included in this chart is the fact that I was involved in this community as a child and was learning the culture and the ways. Indigenous heritage is not just about blood quantum. Blood quantum is a colonizer construct. Okay, so to my knowledge, her mother had no idea she was Native because her mother made posts when after Facebook came out that she was just now starting to learn about her roots and do research on what her heritage was. And that would be after Brittany graduated high school, if I'm not mistaken, that her mother made that post. So her mother was not connected to her heritage previously, but her mother was in a Native American Student Association, according to Brittany, which you do not have to be Native or prove you're Native to be in. And the Native American Student Association of Lane County, which is what Brittany claims her mom was in, did not form until 1993. Brittany claims she was around natives until she was 7, is what she told me. Well, Brittany was born in 1989. She turned 7 in 1996, would still be 7 and part of 1997. And so I believe that that Brittany was around natives between 1993 through 1996 or 7. And that she is using that, her mother being in a Native American Student Association, to claim she was learning the culture and the ways and involved in Indigenous community. But to me, that's not the same. Between 1993 and 1997, Brittany Jones would have been 4 to 7 years old. In my opinion, or so. In my opinion, you're too young to understand these social issues and to truly learn the ways and culture. Also, your mother did not know her heritage. So you cannot be learning a heritage you don't have. Learning about other people's culture is not the same as being connected to your own. There is no the Indigenous culture or the Indigenous ways. Yes, we can pan-indigenize based on our own broad generalizations of what we see from community to a point sometimes to explain social issues, but on another level, other people's culture and community is not your own. Knowing other natives doesn't mean you know your own culture. There is no broad the native way to connect to. You could either connect it to your culture or you're not, in my opinion. We can talk about broad native ways in terms of what you expect from other natives based on your beliefs, but that's not the same as being connected to a community. That's just you discussing your lived experience. There's a difference. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I have a lot of thoughts. I don't agree with her stance that she seems to think knowing natives between 1993 and 1997, when she has like literally barely any native ancestry, if that at all. You know, Bill Deyo did confirm through GedMatch DNA analysis, but it's not documented in Ancestry and it's not documented in Family Search publicly. So, anyway, I'm gonna stop harping on that. Let's keep going. Okay. So Brittany Jones posted, it's about learning your ways, protecting your ways, protecting your ways. Shit, it went away. Hold up. God damn it, I'm trying to go back. And keeping the history and the heritage alive. I look forward to continue to learn and grow. I hope the people who are trying to attack me find healing. I also understand that no matter how much proof I provide, some people will not accept. It should be accepted, but she put accept, and that is fine. I know who I am, and I'm learning more about where I come from every day. So yeah, and the thing is, to a point, I can understand why some things people say she might just take as an attack. However, when people have extremely valid criticisms of what she says and does, she still claims it's an attack, even when they're not attacking her. So, yeah, I don't know. I find this post gaslighting in context of knowing her, but whatever. Let's keep going. So now they're posting a South Park clip, and it says Brittany Jones harming Black Indigenous people of color.
Piece of shit!
And it's showing Randy from South Park kicking some dude's butt. And it says, Randy, and it's like showing Brittany, the person getting kicked, it says BIPOC, and then it shows the internet, and it's got this bystander looking.
Don't post that.
And then you got Brittany Jones deflecting, and it says, don't post that. But the internet is there with a phone.
Do not post that.
And then it says, realizing she's caught, do not post that. And then it shows the internet running. And then when it shows Randy chasing after, and it says running to the dirty delete button. But yeah, alright, let's see what's next.
People made fun.
It says, Brittany Jones figuring out how to exploit people to pay her bills.
Of me for being French. DNA and me showed I was 8% Navajo. Nobody's making fun of me now, or my people, who are victims.
I'm 13% victim.
I'm 21% victim.
Order now and find out if your friends should be more sympathetic towards you. DNA and me. Are you in? Hell f***ing yes, I'm in.
People made fun of me for...
That's actually pretty fucking funny, considering how she uses it, in my opinion. And someone said, well, goddamn, this is one hell of a meme. Okay, so previously I had made fun of James, but this is the, you know, it really irks my nerves, the pretending claiming Matoka video. I'm not gonna replay it, whatever. I'm not trying to make fun of you, James. I'm just salty about everything. Anyway, so
claiming to use.
But yeah, so they reposted that here. We've gone over this before. Okay, so now this video is 3 minutes, so we're gonna watch the whole damn thing. This is a duet with James. Taff is watching, I posted in the comments. She has no clue how this works. Clueless wannabe. So here is the conversation. So it's from Brittany. I don't know who it's to. I think I already read this, but whatever. We're reading it again. So Brittany had said, Ancestry DNA is notorious for leaving out Indigenous heritage. This was at the beginning of my journey, and I have since learned a lot more. A portion of my genetic ancestry is up on TikTok on my page. A much fuller overview will be put on Facebook. It would have been nice if you had allowed me to complete the conversation and provide receipts before trying to tear me down for something that does not paint a full picture. I have also verified my family into Patawomeck Nation, and I'm visiting them next spring. I can't wait to meet them in person. Also, I want to thank you for pointing out the section on my website. Somebody else had created my website for me in the beginning, and when I was going through it to make sure things are represented properly, I missed a paragraph. My Indigenous heritage is not what I'm using to build my platform. It never was. I mention it like I mentioned the other parts of myself because it's a part of who I am, and I do not blame the community at all for being skeptical of my skin tone being what it is. So here she's saying she doesn't blame people for questioning her identity based on her skin tone. But anytime someone does, She uses her skin, she uses being white to basically be like, you're attacking me because I'm white looking. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. Anyway, like, she tries to cry, act as if she's experiencing racism for being white or some shit. Anyway, someone says, now I have posted my DNA. She said, now that I have posted my DNA from the proper source, I'm going to move forward and keep working. And then she sent James's video to someone. Okay, now let's see this whole thing.
Under the wrong kind of impression if you think I'm going to argue with you. There is nothing I could say that you haven't already heard 1,000 times before. See, you know better. And if you actually listen to Indigenous voices, you would understand that no one is buying this.
A more comprehensive post will be put on my Facebook, but I have to access my laptop to do that, and currently I have a sleepover with about 6 kids happening for my son's birthday. So this is what we have tonight. As you can see, this is one of my tests that I've done. Amerindian up there, that's highlighted in yellow, is for Indigenous heritage. Now you can see there is percentages there. If I was not Indigenous to America, they would not be there. Now we're going to go over to the other aspects, and this is not counting South American Indigenous heritage either, which is on my laptop, not on my phone. Here you can see there's Pima. Now what I did is I actually highlighted the ones I'm familiar with. There's still a lot that I have to learn. I am a mix of many, but not enough of any. And I actually I did find my family in the Patawomeck Nation. And once enrollment is open there, I will be applying to enroll in my nation. Here's more highlighted. Once again, Ojibwe, I'm aware of what that is. There's other percentages in there that I have to do some more research on.
So now we've seen 2 DNA tests that she's shared as hers. The first one, no Indigenous ancestors were documented. The second one does not make sense for what her lineage is documented to be, for it to be all of this. This does not make sense. I don't believe. So those are the DNA tests that are going around that she has shared. So that is why I'm like, how could Bill Deyo have confirmed she's a descendant? Because what the fuck did she send him? Because whatever she sent him, that's not what she's shown to anybody. This is the shit she's shown to people. So you know what I'm saying? So when people are discrediting Bill Deyo, it's partly because this is what people believe that she is representing to be her DNA, so how could that have been confirmed? You know, I think people get stuck on that like I am.
This one you can see a lot of the southern Indigenous heritage. There's the Mayan, the Mexican, the Mixe, the Mixtec. Those are all in there as well. I have to look. I don't know what Mexican CV means or what Miwok is, so I have to do a lot more learning on that. This one has Cree in it. This one has Algonquin, and actually the Patawomeck, they speak Algonquin. I believe this one is from the...
And mind you guys, she doesn't know the difference between Algonquin versus Algonquian, with or without the A. So without the A, if it's Algonquin, that refers to a specific tribe, which she is not part of. And that is what the DNA test was representing. She is thinking of Algonquian with an A. And Powhatan and Patawomeck tribes are an Algonquian tribe, but we are not Algonquin. Y'all see the difference? Y'all understand what the fuck I'm saying? Alright. Okie dokie. Let's keep going. Oh, I'm clicking the wrong thing.
East Coast, primarily. The Eastern Algonquin language is said to be extinct, but I am going to be taking language classes in a few months once they open back up. I will be putting a comprehensive post with the full charts on my Facebook for you to peruse at your pleasure. I am not...
So here they're showing a text. It says, I have only found my family in the Patawomeck Nation. I have not found family in the other nation. I have highlighted. I have not claimed to be an enrolled member. However, it is something I've been working towards personally. And I do not know if at this point she knew or not that she couldn't get enrolled, but I do know for a fact later on she was still claiming she was going to get enrolled when she was aware that she couldn't later on. But at this point, I don't know if she knew or not yet. But yeah, fucking, it's problematic. Anyway.
I have done a lot of research into this. I did not even start participating in the community again.
Tell me, how is this possible? Someone who has no Indigenous DNA whatsoever is all of a sudden connected to several different tribes throughout the states. Are you sure this is a list of people that you're connected to and not tribes that your people try to colonize? I think it's a fair question. Normally I would say you do you, but you're trying to run for president. Representation matters, and you do not represent the Indigenous people. You are under the wrong kind of impression if you think I'm going to argue with you. There is nothing I could say that you haven't already.
No offense, but it's really funny to me that James is like, you're wrong if you think I'm going to argue with you, then proceeds to argue for 3 minutes. But anyway, let's keep going. So, the sound was taken from this one, so I can't go into the description of this one, but into the details of this one. But in the comments, somebody said, "LOL, this guy is a whole problem too, but he's not wrong." And someone said, "What's amazing is silence would have made you look better. Boy, bye, you ain't it. We don't want you either." And they said that to Mrs. Contos, unless they're replying to somebody else. I don't know. But anyway, somebody else says, "You realize that two things can be correct at the same time. Correct at the same problem. Jones is a fraud, and you just admitted to being racist. Dumb fuck." I don't know what AWAS means, but Mrs. Conto said that's not an accent issue, that's an education issue, and I'm not for Jones. I'm fully aware she's a fraud, but you're a bigot, so. And Mrs. Conto said, "Oh dang, this right here, I don't know what they're talking about." I guess it's out of order. Mrs. Conto said, right, like, how, like, I know who you are already. How are you going to call out somebody being problematic while simultaneously being problematic? Tax the church, break the system. So, Brittany Jones used to go by break the system. Is that Brittany's post? No, this is somebody else. I don't know who the fuck this is. Anyway, I thought that was Brittany for a minute. But, it says, "I found your Facebook group and it's ran by a bunch of white supremacists, so why would we vote for you? No, sir, no more." Mrs. Conto said, "We need something other than a het cis white man in office on native land. You have red flags too, homie. Thanks for the heads up, though." Mrs. Conto said, "You are a white man who called indigenous people indigenous, for starters. Indigenous. The homophobia isn't cute either. She's a fraud. You ain't gotta lie, be gross." Well, this person, the video they're commenting on is not of a white man, and she told someone they were a white man. So I'm wondering if somebody got removed, they're not there anymore, or what. I don't know. I don't know what this is all in response to. Anyway, Mrs. Conto said a different comment. "She absolutely lies about how she spent her expenses. I know, because she paid for a vacation for me." Oh shit. And then, so it was cool when you were on vacation, but now it's not cool. Got it. I'm just kidding, but am I? Anyway, so then Nisi said, "Brittany Jones sits on the throne of lies. I digress." They can't spell throne right. Anyway. And then someone put, "Is this A.A. Ron?" I don't know. Let's find out. Actually, no, I can't watch this. The sound's muted. But it kind of does look like him. That's what I thought it was. Okay. Oh, now I see. This is a stitch. So the A.A. Ron is here, and then the white guy is there. So maybe that's why they're talking about the white guy. Okay. Anyway, I don't know what the conversation's about, though, because the sounds are muted. So we're going to keep going. Okay, and it looks like after that, that might be the last of the Brittany Jones. Let me go to that, because that's not about Brittany Jones. So let me double check here. That might have been it, guys. Oh shit, yeah, I think that was it. Let me double check. Nope. My bad. Okay, it looks like the rest of this, he's going into this Vermont thing. I don't know anything about that. I'm not here to look into that right now. I ain't got time for that shit. But we're just focused on the Brittany Jones situation, and it looks like we've covered. Oh wait, is this? No, that's different. Yeah, it looks like we've covered that now. Okay, great. All right, awesome. I'm so excited for us. We can finally wrap up. We've been here way too long, guys. Way too long. Sorry about all of that. Anyway, so basically today was a bit of a clusterfuck of a live stream. We have talked about quite a bit today, but just to kind of recap, so we have talked about the Tajuana Thomas. So first of all, I'll let you guys know who is Tajuana Thomas, who is Brittany Jones. We talked about that. We compared Tajuana Thomas and Brittany Jones to each other. We also looked at what were some of the reasons legally behind the changes in the charges for Tajuana Thomas, and we are staying on top of her next court date that's coming up around July 10th, around July 11th. Hopefully, maybe we'll get some more information after that as to those results. And then with Brittany Jones, we found another hate page on her, and we've been covering that today specifically from the angle of what about the hate coverage and everything and the criticisms of Brittany Jones? Is it where I do not think that the Powhatan community that could actually take action when it comes to the harm she's doing in Native community? Why aren't they listening? Why aren't people who have real criticisms of Brittany getting heard? I've kind of like been thinking of that, and so I've also rambled on that a bit today, as well as addressed some of that as I reacted to another hate page today on Brittany Jones as well. And we also discussed where I was looking for more information from update on the Patawomeck land issue from, and so if anything does come up from that, then I will be sure to update you guys, but I am trying my best to stay on top of that as well, because we haven't found out anything yet, because they had decided to vote with some other shit instead, which sucks for us, right? But yeah, and so today what we basically did was we got a look at some of the earlier statements that Brittany Jones had been making on her lineage. I was hoping that we would get some more details about some of those claims and allegations we have seen about her being a theoretical danger that was posted by Mrs. Contos, aka Sugar, and Tblubear, and that we saw in the last stream I did, but we didn't get any more updates on that today, so I can't tell you anything about that. But yeah, I do know that apparently something happened, and you know what I mean, and that is a reason people have alleged that she's dangerous, but I can't tell you guys why, because no one has maintained the evidence or the posting or any witness testimony for those events. So because of things like that, where people make allegations against Brittany, calling her dangerous without providing evidence or witness testimony for it, I think events such as those are why why Powhatan community, authority figures in Powhatan community that could listen, aren't listening. On top of the discounting and discrediting Bill Deyo, that's not going to win you any favors. On top of the disrespecting Pocahontas, disregarding Matoka, and claiming that Matoka is her name, not Pocahontas, when Pocahontas is a valid fucking name for her, and if you're not an actual relative of Pocahontas, it's seen as disrespectful for you to use the name Matoka. And y'all don't want to hear that though. Y'all just want to use her as a mascot. And that's another thing. It can be very dehumanizing when you guys use Pocahontas as a mascot while discrediting her relatives and descendants today as if she's not a human with real family still around. So yeah, so that is part of why, because y'all do that in relation to Brittany Jones, that's another reason I don't think you get heard on Brittany Jones. You know, there's so many reasons. And to a point, I believe it is tone policing for me to sit here and be like, all of you have to act a certain way to get heard, right? It's because I don't believe just because you're expressing you're angry or frustrated or anything like that doesn't mean you shouldn't be heard. But it's more about even if you're expressing frustration, which is valid, you should still get to do that. If you say certain things, if you're offending people, then your message is not going to be received, because they're going to get lost and caught up on their triggers, traumas, etc. And that is what's happening here, in my opinion. Part of it, anyway. In my opinion, that's part of why I believe that she's not heard, that we're not heard on her. And I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of us, like me, I get so pissed off and emotional and triggered by these things that I then cannot properly articulate in a cohesive way the issues, to when I just look like a bumbling idiot. I don't look like a logical person with exhibit A, B, and C. I'm over here like an angry bitch, like, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, so that's the issue. I don't think we're gonna get heard as long as the community still feels disrespected. So if you just want to troll Brittany Jones, keep doing what you want to do. If you want a shot at people in Powhatan community actually listening to you, who have the authority to stop Brittany Jones as it relates to the use of Indigenous identity and her actions, then y'all need to work on how you talk about Powhatans, how you talk to Powhatans. And y'all need to just stop with the Pocahontas Motoka commentary. It's not your fucking place. Stop it. In my opinion. Stop discrediting Bill Deyo. And then maybe see if you might end up getting somewhere eventually, hopefully. But yeah. No, and also stop harassing Bill. I know he puts his information out there publicly already, but it's like, that's not an invitation to harass him. If you're going to contact him, and I don't think anybody should be contacting him just to be harassing and shit, but if you are going to fucking do it, then stop doing it the way you are doing it. At least give evidence. Stop making him feel like shit because you're mad at her, you know? Do the work to communicate why you're mad at her if you want him to hold her responsible. Otherwise, you can't expect him to know shit, to do shit, because he's not gonna receive that message, in my opinion. But yeah, if she's an actual descendant, just because I'm calling her out on all this shit doesn't make her any less of a descendant if that's who she is. That doesn't take anything away from her, in my opinion, to hold her accountable for the harm she caused, in my opinion. Like, you can be a problematic descendant. I might be one. You know? So might you. I don't know who the fuck you are. Why don't you be like a full enrolled person? I just called you a descendant, dude. Whatever, my bad. Okay, you know what the fuck I'm saying. You get my point. I hope. Maybe. Alright, I'm gonna leave this here. Y'all get the point. We're gonna, thank you so much for joining me today. I appreciate you guys. If I do process anything else, maybe I will do another stream, but I don't know. I'm trying to wrap it up. This feels like a bow here. So I'm trying to wrap everything up. I just felt like the urge to do it because the way I see Powhatans discussed is kind of like bothering for me. But yeah, also I didn't even realize I was tagged in those comments. So that's interesting. So yeah, thank you guys for joining me today. I need to go live my life and do shit. I appreciate you guys. I hope y'all have a great day. Hope everything works out for everybody. And yeah, bye. Thanks for watching. Join the loyalty program at nola-chow.com/loyalty and check in during live streams to get points for rewards.